right there at the steps. I'm walking up, I'm like, that's not a dog.
No, that's not.
That's not a dog.
Well, Beverly and Reagan would have.
Meeting for the budget workshop. A roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor Chatterley. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield.
Here.
Commissioner Schuster. Present. Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
And Commissioner Hoker.
All right, thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 4, the work session, City of Raton 2026-2027 budget. Mr. Sagata, are we turning the time over to Ms. Angelini?
Mayor and Commission, gladly we will turn the time over to Ms. Angelini. She is far more versed in this than I am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. I'm kind of excited to have our first real budget workshop for the FY27 draft interim budget. Since I like paper, I kind of killed some trees today and gave each of you a copy of the draft budget. For most of you that have been on the commission for several years, our budget is probably about 240 pages, so it's not an easy budget to put together. And so sometimes I feel like it takes me longer than it should, but there's just so many lines of detail that it's very time consuming and not something that I can just really throw together. So I think a couple of meetings ago we talked about kind of our process, how we kind of tackle the budget process. Generally, the process that I followed, because 70% or a little bit more than 70% of our budget is salary and benefits, that doesn't leave a lot left in the general fund operating for other recurring operating expenses. So definitely makes it challenging every year. I think it gets even a little bit more challenging as we definitely have experienced in some increases in our health insurance. the last 4 years, they had a 0.5% increase in the PERA contributions. So this year is the first year that we haven't had that additional 0.5 cent. So all of that just kind of compounds, and then as we look to give pay increases to our staff, unfortunately, it's never enough to offset the increases that we see in other areas. So, you know, we're kind of being hard hit by inflation right now, especially with the cost of fuel. I don't feel that I've really probably factored any of that into the budget. I think it's still kind of uncertain what that's going to look like even a few months from now, or if it's going to really impact us for the full fiscal year. So, I mean, those are kind of some things that we'll look at. Certainly, once the budget is adopted, if we start to see kind of runaway fuel prices, then we may need to look at doing some budget adjustments later in the fiscal year. But, you know, there's always kind of those things that are kind of a wild card that you just can't predict and anticipate. So I think when we look at revenues, we know that various categories of revenue that we generate in the general fund is fairly limited. The largest percent being our gross receipts tax. We have seen, due to construction, the last few years, a pretty steady increase in our gross receipts. In your budget, I've given you kind of those typical pie charts, and then there's another chart for gross receipts. I am trying to project about a 7%, which is kind of the current trend that we've been seeing in our GRT. I know that as we talk, not so much FY27, maybe part of FY27 might see the beginning of the I-25 interchange project, which certainly will help our GRT. I haven't really factored that in, or the school. I'm not real sure about the start date for the school. But, you know, that's definitely down the road going to be some windfall income. But you can see on the one chart for the general fund gross receipts tax comparison, we have been showing kind of a steady increase probably since coming out of COVID. I would say you can kind of see that trend starting in 2022, 2023. Now, we've talked about the increase coming up in the gross receipts. We will be, let's see, at 8.6750. However, that is not due to an increment that the city imposed, so we do not get any benefit from that. So we will continue to receive the 4.025%. So that's all of the city increments plus the 1.225 that we get back from the state tax. I think as far as our other revenue sources, property tax, when I put everything into the system based on the assessed values for residential and non-residential, we are going to see a very slight increase, which property tax isn't ever real volatile. So that would be the figure that we would submit to DFA for their approval. Colfax County probably has about a 94-95% collection rate, so that gets factored in to the amount that we collect as well. There's also a portion of past due property tax, $50,000-$60,000 that we collect every year as well. Other than that, I would say some of our other income sources are pretty small. We did see this year with the small cities assistance, we budgeted about $450 and it came in over $600,000. So another wild card. I did leave it in the budget at the $450,000. I mean, I guess that's always a figure that we could kind of play with a little bit, but that would be definitely something that I would be seeking guidance from the commission. You know, it's always great when it comes in higher, but not so great when it comes in a couple $100,000 lower, but that's just one that we can't predict. I know that Mr. Sagata mentioned there was some legislative changes that might have taken place that could impact the small cities assistance for communities. So knowing that, I guess there is a chance that it might come in a little bit lower.
I think it was Senate Bill or House Bill 187 or 185, something like that. But they didn't say it was going to directly affect small cities, but it had the possibility to.
And then, of course, we just have, kind of those general charges and service, licenses and permits that kind of makes up the rest of our revenues, rental income, convention center rental. So we have a few facilities that we're able to monetize and collect some revenues from. I think that, when we had more businesses, obviously our business registration fees that we collect, it's still $35 and it's been $35 for as long as I can remember, and that's by statute, so we can't change the amount that we charge for a business registration unless the state changes the statute. After I looked at the third quarter report, I am happy to say that the fire department, fire and EMS, is seeing an increase in revenues from ambulance. So that's looking really good for this fiscal year, and hopefully will continue into next. We are looking at a program, and I think I mentioned this at one other budget discussion that we had, where we could recoup some of the Medicaid expense that's, I guess, it gets written off. It's very low reimbursement rates. I am working with Dusty Russell, our EMS director. We would have to submit the packet of information in our financial reports by the end of the month to be eligible for next year. So it really wouldn't have an impact on this year's budget or the FY27. But if he and I can accomplish that, then that might really set us up even better for next fiscal year. I think we were looking at, I can't remember if it was 167,000 maybe additional revenue. It might even be more. But as soon as I get more information on that, we certainly would have to bring some agreements to the commission for adoption if we're eligible to participate. And that's something on the horizon that we could discuss at a later date. Other than that, we are doing pretty well with our bank interest and the interest on our CD. This year, I think the CD was about $44,000 in interest that we earned. So we currently have about $1 million of reserves invested. And then also in bank is our local bank, and so the interest has been really good on all of our accounts. So just with the CD and the bank balance that we're carrying, we anticipate about $115,000 in additional revenues just from interest. So that's really good, and that helps supplement our budget. We do not factor into the draft budget any sort of residual payment from the utilities. That would be something that if we do get a residual transfer, we wouldn't know that till July. So definitely don't even want to try to predict or anticipate any additional revenues from that. So, and then you'll recall that we do share the staff cost for our city engineer, director of engineering with RPS and Raton Waterworks. They each cover 25% of that salary and benefits. Might be a little presumptuous, but I did have in here $40,000 from the county for FY27. So I think that would be kind of a question mark at this point. But I do know that our Director of EMS will be requesting that for the FY27. So that's kind of it for the revenue side. We do still have a state aviation consumables grant. That's usually a 2-year grant, and it offsets some of the small operational costs that we have at the airport. Other than that, our FBO kind of absorbs most of those costs. So getting to the expense side, I guess as far as revenue projections, on this first sheet, you'll see that we did discuss a little over 10 million in construction projects. So we do kind of base some of our gross receipts projections on those construction projects. Pretty much all of them are city projects. I think the one that's probably a little low right now is the Lake Maloya Dam, and I'm not sure, do we know kind of when that project would start, or?
We're not gonna get the 10.8 until September, correct?
Yeah, I think beginning of the fiscal year is when you notice you have it, but it'll be September before you get anything.
Because I kind of remember the process with the it is Water Trust Board, right? Previously, we kind of started the process in September. We had to go through the whole like closing. It's almost like it's financing, and it wasn't until January that we really went through the whole process, got everything closed. So I don't know if it's going to be kind of similar, but we would probably have an ordinance and have to go through that whole process. So it could be kind of a long, drawn-out process. I think the only thing with Water Trust Board is now it doesn't have to go through the legislature, so it does probably speed up the process by a year. So anyway, I'm not really counting on that money, but I guess we could see a direct impact from that just because we do have the special location code for Sugar Eat State Park, and so we get the tax at the county rate. It's like 5.833, and that'll go up slightly as well July 1st. So you all should have gotten the GRT rate schedule that I put in your box. That way you can kind of compare with other communities. I think we're kind of in the top 5 highest, which is not a popular place to be. I do want to probably partner with Cynthia Molina, our Economic Development Director, and get some PSAs out there, go to the radio, possibly even a mass mailing to businesses. It's just unfortunate it didn't coincide with when we mail out business registrations, but I think it's important that we notify our business community because it's been a few years since the GRT changed, and so I always notice around town when I get my receipts for at least a month or two, everybody's kind of hasn't updated their systems. So we'll make a good faith effort. At the end of the day, it is the business owner's responsibility to check Tax and Rev's website. Now with the changes that they've made, tax increases will only go into effect July 1 every year. It used to be July and January unless there's some sort of a emergency authorization approved by DFA, which I don't know if they would approve those. I think in probably some communities, situations, I mean, it could be considered an emergency if that's going to be detrimental to their, small town budgets. I could see that potentially. But for the most part, July 1's going to be the date that any tax increases or decreases would take effect. We'll come back to this section off to the right. That's just kind of some things that I've jotted down in my notes, some of the needs, not only at City Hall, but some of our other departments. We'll talk about abatement of nuisance properties. We still have quite a few HVAC needs, some that were budgeted in this fiscal year that'll have to roll over into the new fiscal year. But we'll come back to that. That's really just to give you some ideas. It's ultimately going to be up to the commission if we're going to dip into general fund reserves for any of those one-time capital hits for non-recurring expenses. So if we look at the bottom is kind of our expense comparison. So all of this is reflected in the 200+ pages that you have, the line item detail. So all of the totals tie to each individual department's general fund. This is just for the general fund operating budgets. A little hard to compare it with FY26, so I kind of tried to make some notes off to the side. The FY26 figure does include I think it was about 1.4 million that we dipped into reserves last year. I think it was 1,486,560. So what we try to do with the budget is I start just with the salary personnel schedules. Most of your just general operating expenses that really don't fluctuate from year to year. So I've kind of tried to incorporate all of that into the budget. I've eliminated any type of like capital purchases until we discuss kind of what we would like to see. But I will tell you right now, there is no extra within the general fund right now without dipping into reserves. So I think the situation that we're kind of faced with right now, we've talked about it, and I had it in last year's notes, but I crossed it out. You know, we did have the 2 recruitment grants for fire and police. Those are not being renewed. There's no application to reapply, so those funds are no longer available. It was nice while we had it, but now, you know, any positions that were added to the budget, we would have to absorb those additional salary costs. Now, we did have recent action on a union contract with the police. The personnel schedule I put in here reflects that 14% increase for year 1. I've factored in a 3% to start for management non-union. I've also included in here kind of a spreadsheet that shows you for each percent, so 1%, 2%, 3, up to 4. A 1% increase is just shy of $16,000, and then it would be another 16. So if you went 4%, that's about an additional $63,000. Now that doesn't include any increases in the taxes, the PERA, or the retiree health. So just kind of gives you an idea. But I think that's something that we have to make clear, that when we do give raises, it kind of compounds with all the additional, the taxes, the PERA, and the impacts to retiree health calculations as well. So right now we've factored in the 3%, which is just shy of a $50,000 additional revenue to give the 3%. And then as far as transfers, I pretty much took out everything that I could until I have a better handle on projects, grants that are closing out, grants that'll be carrying over into the new fiscal year. A lot of the transfers that we saw throughout the year were just like temporary transfers out and back in. So I've kind of cleaned up all of that, but we would still, historically, we transferred $50,000 out for supplementing aquatic center operations. We have the $22,500 that's going towards the law enforcement protection fund retention payments to 3 officers that qualify. Right now, We only have a grant agreement for one airport project. That's the taxiway A resale, and that's just the design portion. We should be going out to bid on that here pretty soon. And the way the FAA works is they don't issue the grant agreement until we go out to bid. So I would probably find out later in the fiscal year or before the final is submitted, maybe what that grant amount would be. So I don't really factor anything in until I actually have a grant agreement in hand and I know actual figures. Not to say that we won't be doing some more temporary transfers out to cash flow the Kearney Film School project. I did make a note up here that we currently have transferred about $854,000 for this year, so either we would need to transfer that back out at the end of the fiscal year, or I would need to rebudget for the payment back to the general fund in the new fiscal year. So we'll kind of see how things go with that project. I will have a lot of projects at the end of the fiscal year where we might pay the vendor, but then the reimbursement requests don't get set in till July, or the reimbursements received in July. In those situations, then we use the general fund to cash flow those payments pending reimbursement. So there's a lot of kind of moving pieces at the end of the fiscal year, a lot to keep track of, and a lot to include in the final budget, especially when we owe funds back to the general fund. So those are things I try to keep a pretty close eye on. But with as many grants as we have, it's getting tougher all the time to keep track of all the little details. So lots of moving parts here. So with that, including the transfers in and out, I'm currently showing about $388,000 underfunded within the general fund revenues. So the expenses currently exceed revenues, and transfers about $388,000.
And that's not including the reserve, the stuff we are looking at from reserves. That's just general fund. Okay.
So very rough draft, a lot for us to discuss, kind of sharpen our pencils. Certainly there may be some things that I've overlooked. I think the challenging part for us is we don't ever build in a lot of fluff into any of our budgets. I think people that have the ability or the luxury to do that, it makes it a little bit easier to cut things or to try to look for savings. We haven't added any new positions into this budget either. I mean, we do have, I think when we meet with department heads, we met with department heads a couple weeks ago, and the interim city manager and I kind of sat down, and I just made notes of things that each, department would like, what their needs are. So they always kind of have the wish list, but then we kind of go back to priorities and needs first. Now, luckily for police and fire, they do have other sources of funds when it comes to equipment. I know we talked with the police chief, they need vests and things like that, and so we'll definitely be looking to LEPF for some of that. EMS funds have increased quite a bit. I think they went from about 16,000 to just shy of 100,000. So that certainly helps us operate ambulance service. A lot of those costs keep going up. The med supplies, things like that. costs get pretty high over time. So really happy, even law enforcement protection funds, you know, those are kind of closer to the $100,000 range. Back in the day when they were a lot lower, they were enough to maybe pledge the revenue for debt service if you wanted to buy a vehicle, but at least now we can afford to, you know, buy the vehicle and not have to finance it. So I think those are some of the benefits that we're seeing as they've increased a lot of those grants. Now, right before the meeting, I did print out a email, which it's kind of short notice. DFA just notified everybody that they've reread the statute or the administrative code, and that in the past we could roll over law enforcement protection funds one time, and then we had the following year to use them. Well, now they're saying no rollovers, and it takes effect this fiscal year. So there's going to be a mad dash for everybody to spend every single dime, or else those funds would revert back to LEPF. So I'll be working with the chief. We'll kind of look and see. I think we're in pretty good shape to expend those funds, but definitely don't want to revert any money if we don't have to. So I think most of the expenses we have right now are related to the outfitting of the vehicles that we had in Moriarty, and I believe that is going to they will be completed before the end of the fiscal. You know, we will be notifying department heads probably at our next department head meeting. We kind of have a cutoff mid-June now for issuing POs. That really kind of helps us let the dust settle at the end of the fiscal year, work with our accounts payable, get your invoices in, get things paid. Unless something is an absolute emergency, it's going to have to wait until the next fiscal year. Most things, you know, that you start ordering in June might not even get here by June 30. So we'll work with department heads from the time we approve a draft or an interim budget to the final. Anything that didn't get purchased and had to roll over into the new fiscal year, we'll make those changes as needed.
You ready for questions, Mike Land?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess my question is, so are we looking to cut $388,861 from the budget before it's finalized?
I mean, I would probably never recommend deficit spending. I think that the commission and our departments have been pretty conservative over the years. DFA has been pretty receptive to us dipping into reserves for those one-time non-recurring expenses.
But this is technically recurring expenses? Or is there anything in this deficit that could be considered a one-time expense that we could move to reserves?
Well,
Like vehicle purchases or something big? Because I'm not comfortable with deficit spending. I don't do it at home.
and so I think that's what we've tried to explain to DFA is we typically bring a balanced budget to the commission, and then once we know it's balanced, that means we have the revenue to cover the reoccurring expense. Then we establish a schedule with you for any additional purchases out of reserve, and then we detail that for DFA and say, okay, this is a balanced budget, but we are asking to utilize our own money from reserves for these specific purposes. And so, you know, the commission has done that probably the last possibly 3 years. I think a lot of some of the things I have on the list here probably could be delayed if it's some of it is related to building improvements, but that's above and beyond what we're
The deficit, yeah. So that's totally a separate conversation. So if we're just looking at this deficit, I don't know, any other comments or questions?
Not to rain on the mayor's parade, but Michael Ann, tune me up on how I'm reading this. So, in FY '27, the expense budgets for public works and building maintenance, and I'm gonna single out building maintenance especially, you dropped it $500,000 the other direction.
Yeah, so I tried, that's why I said it's a little hard to make the comparison, because in building maintenance, we had the City Hall foundation stabilization, the education building HVAC was in there, the senior center oven project, which was funded 50%. So I took all of those things out because they won't carry over into the new fiscal year. So I kind of tried to clean all of that up. But that's where that 1.4 million is kind of in that FY '26 figure.
I guess what I find concerning though is trying to predict inflationary influences on repair costs. I don't know if you can hold that to $180,000, especially considering, well, like this building's going on 70 years old, you know, and as I discussed with the interim manager the other day, we have a little gap on the northwest corner of the building that wasn't addressed in the southwest corner with that one there.
Yeah, and like I said, none of,
So there is a manhole that sits on the northwest corner of the building, and for whatever reason, they built a vault for the water line that came into this thing. Now, my old eyes it looks like that's a 3-inch water line that comes into this building, which seems huge even for a grocery store. But one of the rain gutters drops right next to that manhole. And when that was built, there was apparently somebody didn't think to bung the manhole cover up a little bit. So when that rain gutter would dispatch rain off that roof, it would go down in the hole where the water valve's at. So one of the walls in that cabinet, which I didn't stick a tape measure down it, but it's probably 5 feet deep, maybe deeper. But the wall on the north side of it has collapsed, and it probably collapsed a couple decades ago because the mud is washed over it to where you can't even see where the block wall collapsed. But the water valve for the building sits in that box, or what's left of it. But now the concrete's starting to settle around it. It's something that we're gonna have to address.
I think the only good thing about that, not a good thing, is that that could be considered a one-time reserve fund expense, since we have very healthy reserves.
Right.
Instead of a recurring expense, whereas we
But-
gotta cut a bunch out of recurring expenses too.
And I guess
It's
where
not
I
a
go,
good thing, but yeah.
well, but what I gotta go back to is that reserve fund got built from not filling positions for years. It wasn't a windfall that
Right.
we had manna from heaven.
that's a very good point, and we've talked about that forever, the salary savings that we see from vacancies in police and dispatch and fire and some of these departments that have high turnover. That really is how we did build the reserve over the years.
Which is true. Well, we've had conversations in the past, and I absolutely agree. I don't want to go out there and put it all on black or something, but I feel like we've had conversations where we can't have too huge of reserve because then it hinders us in different ways. And I feel like right now it's very healthy, so every year we've spent a little down. So I don't, we'll discuss that and how much we should be spending out of that as well. But
Currently, where is reserves, what is our reserve at?
yeah.
8/12
or Because we have to have a minimum of 1/12. We
1/12.
like to keep it at least 4, 5, 6. Because we've been using it to float all these different grant funds too.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's bouncing like 3.4, 3.5 million.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're at. And so at the end of this fiscal year, I'm kind of estimating even maybe about 3.2, depending on if we transfer some funds back in or just kind of let them carry over into the new fiscal year to kind of cash flow the Kearney project. But as of our last financial report for March, our ending cash was about 3.4. But that included the $1 million for the CD, so your available cash was closer to about 2.4.
Because I guess what I'm kind of alluding to in this is,
We need more.
well, our loss, to me, I feel like that projected loss needs to be bigger, just because of the age of our buildings that we've got here and the fact that we've got HVAC units that probably aged out 20 years ago that somehow have been kept running, but
And the example you brought up from 20-something years before, the valve vault out there,
Yeah.
that would be a water department problem.
I'm sure Lloyd's gonna want to hear
Been there,
that.
done that. I mean, I'd be shocked if the city manager didn't bring that up. Lord, I've heard that a bunch over the years. Isn't that out in the right of way? That's a water department issue for the main valve?
Well, and it just,
Doesn't fall under plumbing code?
well, and when I looked at it though, I thought,
I'm
this
making a
seems
note.
excessive that we went with what we've got here, but anyway.
How much do you think it would cost to fix that, just a bulb?
I'm not sure. The problem is there's so much mud down there that it looks like there was once upon a time a sump in there. So when it was built, somebody realized then that it's like, oh, we made a mistake. But it was like, I think once they poured the concrete over the top of it, it's like, not our problem. And we went back to Albuquerque and it's like, they can deal with it.
You would probably just do the inner wall, and as far as the manhole, just put an inner cover in it. Lord
Well,
knows we've got enough below grade around town.
And I know Jason made a comment about that Lloyd might have a pretty good size vault. And just put a vault inside a vault, and
Right.
then you're just looking at pouring concrete over it.
And
But
as far as water getting in the manhole rack, just put an inner lid in it, and you've got things all over town. So they get submerged, it won't be that hard to solve.
well, and apparently, I guess with the repair on this building, they're looking at channeling those downspouts. You know, so that part would be alleviated. It just, when you break that concrete off, I know you're gonna find surprised where, how much unsupported concrete you got.
So in my math here, just the reserve is probably 5/12 roughly? Is that what you're thinking? Okay.
Yeah, because the 1/12 is about 5, shy of 600,000.
So 5 to 6/12 is what we're at. So yeah, we can't spend too much of it.
Because you, and I guess I'll direct this question to Neil. In these HVAC replacements, the contractor hasn't come back to you and said, when I pull the permit on this, they're requiring the ducting to be upgraded.
Not that I've heard so far.
Just be aware that that is starting to be a thing, that when you replace a furnace, you don't get to hook it to the old duct because it doesn't meet the energy code. So it amplifies the repair expense and all. And so if people didn't have sticker shock already, they will after the rest of the shoe drops. So I don't know, I mean, I'm just thinking like with Learning Center, this building, the Visitor Center.
So the visitor center is done,
Yeah.
so we can check
So those HVACs have been.
at the visitor center. Yes, we could check that one off the list.
Because you've got under the general fund reserves, the City Hall HVAC and the Education Building HVAC.
Yeah,
What
the
was the priority
commission had
expense?
approved a quote, I think back in January for the education building, but it's my understanding with the library project and the Kearney project that Mozark hasn't even begun that project, so it's gonna be pushed to the next fiscal year. So we'll make sure if they're gonna hold their price. If not, we may have to bring that back to
I doubt they'll
the
hold their
commission.
price.
I don't think we could. You know,
Like I said, I mean, well, I got a surprise today, the concrete company increased their price. And my quote was only 30 days old, so.
And Mayor and Commission, you know, we don't know for sure when the 87 project's gonna start. We're hearing late summer, early fall. This afternoon, Jason said in the meeting, and I don't know if you were there at the time, Mayor, but he said the school project was gonna probably start in November, which sounded kind of weird to me, but
Oh,
that was what he had said. Now, we can clarify when he comes in, but he did, yeah, that was asked of him this afternoon in a meeting that we were in, and he did state that it was supposed to start in November, so.
wow.
That's not gonna generate a lot for this year, but it will definitely help.
Dirt work is what they're supposed to start on.
Yeah.
But
Just to think out loud with.
Well, and I guess what I'm kind of looking at is if we can make some of those repairs that have an immediate savings. So like HVACs, for example, they're more efficient than they were 20 years ago. So there's a payback to that. You'll see a utility savings there. Now, maybe it washes out because of price increase in fuel or electricity or whatever, but,
well.
so I mean, you know, if we do have a construction windfall, to me, we just need to spend wisely so that it
All these projects, the
softens
maintenance
the
projects,
hits.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the big one that's still probably hanging out there, we'll limp along as we can, but the library elevator, that one's been talked about. Luckily, the boiler project did come in about 40,000 less than was anticipated, so we did transfer some general fund monies to the Fund 211. So there is, 50,000 that would still be left. Either we could transfer that back into the general fund or leave it there for the potential to do the elevator project next. So that would just be something we would need to talk
I only
about.
had one more question and then I'll shut up. Animal control, you dropped it by a significant amount, and this last year we had to run 2 animal control facilities.
So, the discussions, negotiations are still ongoing with Humane Society. The current plan would be to drop, well, we currently don't have any part-time animal control, so we just have the one full-time officer. Probably part of the, I think what I put in the one-time hits to the budget, we might potentially be looking at a $50,000 contract with Humane Society for operations. So in lieu of the 2 part-time, that responsibility would shift onto them. All of that's still ongoing. Nothing has been decided, so that's kind of, the other thing was we just spent $71,000 on a new truck. So I deleted that from the budget. So that's kind of part of the variance you're seeing there was the purchase of the truck.
Because I guess what I'm looking at is if we wound up having to get a divorce and go solo mio,
I will tell you,
56,000
City of Trinidad kind of parted ways.
with their situation.
Yeah, and they've created a brand-new department, and the budget's about $700,000 a year.
Yeah.
So I've kind of kept up with those articles in the paper, and so that does worry me.
Yeah.
That would be the total of probably 2 smaller departments here at the city, so I don't know how we could ever, take that on.
And Mayor and Commission, Mayor, you were in the discussions at the end today. I think we're gonna get to an agreement with Raton Humane Society. We're gonna have to do a little creative number work, but I think we can get there. And it won't be like Michael Ann just pointed out, probably in the $59,000 range for a cost on our side, and possibly we can trade some other stuff out to make this deal work.
And nothing's been decided. I mean, these are just purely estimates, just kind of some numbers I've put on paper. You know, the big one is always the abatement expense. I know there's been some discussion about wanting to tear down the Spanish bungalows. So the commission, you know, we're gonna have probably another special budget workshop, so I'm not sure if there's any dates next week that work for anybody.
I think we've checked with everybody, and the 21st seems to work for everyone except Mr. Honeyfield.
Okay. So I'd really kind of like to take this draft, let's write on it, let's kind of put our heads together, see what we can come up with.
Just on capital projects and stuff, you know, your reserves are in decent shape, and it shapes up like the next couple of years should actually help that. If you do the interchange, the Maloya project takes place and the school,
Well, and
even if he ends up having to go down to 4/12, I mean, Lord knows we've been a lot lower than that. It's been a while, but down to 1.
Well, and I think that's the argument we would make for ourselves to DFA is we don't see ourselves falling off the cliff next year. You know, we have all these things kind of on the horizon. It's going to be a matter of timing. Some of it may not have a direct impact on this fiscal year, but I mean, we already know the interchange has been awarded. Has the school been awarded?
School's been awarded.
So I mean, you know, these aren't just what ifs. I mean, they've been awarded and they're moving forward, so.
Where are your other union contracts at? I know where police is, but.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
So next year, we have 2. We'll have the fire and public works.
But what's currently their increase going into this?
2%.
2%?
So in terms of us looking at this between now and next Thursday, what would you like us to do? Are we looking for $388,861 to cut? All of us? Are we just kind of browsing through, or do you already have ideas? Because, I mean, I'm not comfortable spending in that kind of a deficit.
I think probably our next steps will be the interim city manager and I will schedule department head meetings. We certainly haven't had any additional meetings to talk about this draft. I think we need to spend some time with each department, try to massage the figures a bit, see what we can come up with as a team, so that when we have the next meeting on the 21st, we can probably come back with some better figures.
Yeah. And just to speak of upcoming construction, you know, we know the school, we know the interchange. And I know, in talking with Lloyd and Scott last week at the dam owners meeting, they're looking to put a request out there for close to $50 million for water trust board next year. So that's down the road, but still, that's huge amounts of money. And that, as AJ is telling everybody that, listen, if you got a project ready, I'll get you the money. And there is also legislation being proposed possibly next year to where they will do away with the match for water trust board monies. So, I mean, the future kind of looks a little bright. I think you can put one rose-colored lens in, you know, and go from there.
And we have 3 given projects you know are coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just the recurring stuff that's the tough part. Yeah.
Yeah.
And certainly, like I said, I still have a little bit of work to do on just kind of evaluating our grants, where we think we're gonna end the fiscal year. Some of them, for sure will complete and will carry over to the new fiscal year, but I'll work on that a little bit more. I certainly like to have the projects that we do have grant agreements in the interim budget. That way, if they start early July, then we can't really do budget adjustments. We could still add it to the final budget, but then the final budget doesn't get approved till September 1st. So we can't do budget adjustments till September. So I try to get it as accurate as I can based on the information that I have.
Anything further from the commission? We're bumping up against our next meeting. Anything? Okay, thank you, Michael Ann.
And I'm available if anybody wants to meet one-on-one. We can certainly sit down and do that as well.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Interim City Manager?
No, not at this time. Just appreciate y'all being here and listening and suggesting.
This meeting is adjourned. Commission to order on Tuesday, May 12th at 2026 at 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor Chatterley.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield.
Here.
Commissioner Schuster. Present. Commissioner Campbell.
President.
And Commissioner Hoger.
All right, thank you very much. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight. Thank you for being here, and welcome those of you tuning in online and in the rebroadcast now that KRTN has their YouTube going on. That's pretty cool. Our next regular commission meeting will be Tuesday, May 26, 2026 at 6 p.m. All city offices will be closed Monday, May 25th in honor of Memorial Day. And we have two proclamations tonight. The first is National Police Week, May 10th through the 16th, 2026. Proclamation, National Police Week, May 10th through the 16th, 2026. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of Raton play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of Raton. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the law enforcement agency of Raton unceasingly provide a vital public service. Oh, we have a typo on the.
We do.
Now therefore, do I, Lori Chatterley, Mayor of the City of Raton, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim May 10th through the 16th, 2026 as National Police Week, and call upon all citizens, all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations of Raton to extend a sincere and heartfelt thank you to all law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens, in witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and seal and caused the seal of the City of Raton to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2026. Do we have law enforcement? Not able to be here.
I'm told.
Okay, so I'm going to pass that back down. Thank you. And our next proclamation is Emergency Medical Services Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026. Come on in, guys. Come stand here. Come in.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Thanks for being here. Whereas emergency medical services is vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers, now therefore be it resolved that I, Lori Chatterley, Mayor of the City of Raton, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Raton, and invite citizens and civic organizations to extend a heartfelt thank you and to recognize the contributions which Raton Emergency Medical Services make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. A witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand in the seal and cause the seal of the City of Raton to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2026. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. We'll get it to you. All right. We'll move on to item 5, items from citizens present. As most people know, I'm going to give just a little spiel about the ground rules. As everyone knows, this is an open meeting, which means the public can attend and observe. However, public comment is limited to this portion of the meeting, unless you've been invited to speak on a particular agenda item. Second, public comment is not a time for back and forth conversation or question and answers. If anyone would like to reach out to us directly, I know several of us have met with people. Our contact information is on the city website, also out in the hallway here. Third, anyone wishing to speak in the meeting needs to be recognized by the meeting chair, which is myself, per the rules of order. And then we ask that there is not cheering, clapping, jeering, side comments, or interruptions that are not appropriate in this venue. All comments should be addressed from the podium to the commission. And I ask that we not have derogatory or profane remarks, just for civility. I really appreciate that. We ask also that you state your first and last name before you speak, and please make sure you've signed in for our meeting so we can take that down. Each speaker will have approximately 3 minutes, and we will stop after about 15 minutes. I tend to do that, and we have an especially lengthy meeting tonight. So with that, I will open the floor to items from citizens present.
I'll go first. I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
Diane Fleming, I live on 244 Francis Avenue. I want to thank you, Mayor Chatterley and commissioners. I really do appreciate your dedication and service to town. When cumbersome issues like the possibility of an AI data center come to the foreground, your essentially volunteer job is doubly difficult. But this is a super important issue, and I believe it's worth taking the time to understand. Most everyone in this room, if not all of us, use a computer, have a cell phone, and possibly multiple other digital appendages. And that is what they become, extensions of our hands, brains, and beings. We can't for the life of us figure out how we ever did without them. In the 1990s, computers were normalized as tools to be used in every business, home, and school. This is considered classical computing. AI's generated chatbots came into the picture in 2022, mainstreaming into our consciousness at light speed, and unparalleled by any human invention in history. Technology comes with its pros and cons, like all tools and inventions. It is the human holding the reins that determines the use. With AI, autonomous computing can now take the human out of the equation. That is what is happening in the world of AI. The U.S. military is neck deep in this technology, with AI making the life and death decisions in warfare. It will happen in other fields of work and life as well. As I consider history, we would all be naive to think that the good that can come from AI is worth the risk that comes with unregulated technology. 3 years ago, my 38-year-old neighbor was seriously convinced that the moon landing did not happen and that the earth was flat. That is the power of unregulated AI. To focus on the good and put blinders on the detriments is ludicrous. If the goal is to reduce jobs in many sectors, or to help us write research papers so we don't have to think for ourselves, or to get us to the moon and Mars, even though we haven't yet learned to live sustainably on this beautiful blue planet, it speaks to our insanity. The fast sell of the easy life that AI offers is being used to influence our very thoughts. Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, which is collecting our Medicare, our Medicaid, Social Security, and IRS data, has expounded on AI's ability to influence elections and create a surveillance state where citizens will be on their best behavior. Bill Gates has been quoted as saying, "Humans won't be necessary for most things." The godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, believes there is a, in quotes, 10 to 20% chance AI could wipe us out. The tech companies, knowing all this, I'm almost done.
Okay.
The tech companies, knowing all this, come to economically challenged towns such as Raton, offering relief packages. These packages have many questionable promises. The concerns about water and power usage are real. The billionaires and millionaires behind this gold rush have no concern for us here in Raton. Their concerns are their own need for power and money. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Anyone else for public comment tonight?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Commission members. Just Brian Connor, MCMC. Just real quick, Miners Colfax Medical Center is hosting, coinciding with Mental Health Month in the month of May, we are hosting mental health first aid training, an 8-hour course, mental health first aid training, Wednesday, May 20th at the hospital. We have about 20 participants. We opened it up to our ER staff, our clinic staff, and patient-facing staff. And we have some folks from the Rotary coming in. We've opened it up to the city as well. So an 8-hour training, mental health first aid training, Wednesday, May 20th at the hospital, an 8-hour training. So
What time does it start, did you say?
I believe it's 8 to 5. So again, this is our commitment and my commitment to leading the hospital is equipping our staff and the community with mental health first aid and taking care of folks that come into the emergency department, come into the clinic, and to have our staff educated and trained to have the resources so we can do a better job. So, and I do want to thank the first responders. We had a critical patient in the emergency department this afternoon, and they did an amazing job, a fantastic job. All the first responders and the nurses and the ER physicians. I know we had a couple of docs there today. So, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next portion of our agenda. Item 6. The first thing is deliberate and act on approval of the April 28th, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
Madam Mayor, I see one correction. On item H, I don't own stock and fill on for just 4.
Okay. Have we gotten a clarification on that?
Yes.
On, as long as you're not a major shareholder, you're good to vote? Because that was at the, did we ever get clarification on that?
No, I didn't get clarification on it. I just thought that he's saying that it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
Ford and not Phil Longford.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, in addition to that, did we ever get clarification? Might just want to ask the league to double check. Okay, so I have a removal of the Phil Long from item H. Any other further amendments?
Otherwise, I'd make a motion that we approve the amended minutes.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the April 28th, 2026 regular meeting minutes with the amendment. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item B, presentation, accelerate organizational, community, and economic development to better serve stakeholders, boost gross receipts tax, GRT, and revitalize the city of Raton by Director of Community and Economic Development, Cynthia Molina. Mr. Sagata.
Madam Mayor and Commission, I would present Ms. Molina for this presentation.
All right.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to share a consolidated framework for our city for organizational, community, and economic development. The idea being to simplify the process by which we figure out what companies to bring into the city, what investments to make in new technologies, how to develop our talent, and so on. So as you probably know, there are a large number of strategic documents that influence the way we make choices in the city, and it makes it very difficult for our constituents to understand why we entertain some kinds of businesses and not others. So in the list on the left of the strategic plans, there are approximately 734 pages of content that guide us in making decisions. And so what I have done is consolidated that information into a 1 3/4 page framework for organizational, community, and economic development. I have extra copies of that framework here. I believe they were in your inboxes as well. But basically, what I've done is taken the recommendations across these documents and identified 2 ecosystems that align with the city's previously stated interests. So one of those ecosystems is focused on green, sustainable, and circular economy initiatives, including a cleanup effort that would involve salvage, wrecker, and recycling efforts that would be very well hidden from the public. And then the other bimodal portion of that ecosystem would be outdoor recreation, artisan manufacturing, and the digital creative economy. All of those elements previously acknowledged and supported from the state all the way down to the city. I've also identified about 26 different types of organizations that we need in the city, but what I haven't done yet is identified which to go after first, second, or third from a analytical perspective, although we have opinions about that among the economic development partners in the city. And also have identified or distilled all of our objectives down to 3 basic objectives for the city. And those objectives are common for government organizations, whether at the federal, state, county, municipal, or indigenous level, which is that we have a duty to improve the well-being and productive capacity and socioeconomic status of the stakeholders who depend on us. And those stakeholders can be grouped into the individual people, the citizens in our city, the organizations, whether they're public, private, or nonprofit enterprises, and the different communities that we serve, which could be stratified by age, by socioeconomic status, by common interests such as arts and humanities. And so we have the opportunity to have a very simple 3x3x3 matrix that we can group any effort in, whether it's a decision about budget or a decision about bringing or not bringing a particular category of industry into our town. And if we focus on these simple 3x3x3 matrix elements, we have the opportunity to improve our performance as a municipality, which is to say, do the right things, our performance measured by activities that are constructive, and also to improve our programmatic outcomes and also our societal impacts, which can be things like employment levels or educational attainment or housing status. And so all of those 700 plus pages can be distilled into these 3 domains, 3 levels, and 3 dimensions. The other aspect we have the opportunity to do is leave off the outlier and sort of hyper focused or siloed activities and put all our effort onto items that are at the point of convergence between organizational development, community development, and economic development. So what do I mean by that? If we're trying to decide, do we want to take credit cards as a city, we can ask ourselves, is that going to increase the efficiency and the effectiveness and the earnings, meaning gross receipts tax, of the organization? Is it going to create some kind of uplift in the community culture? And is it also going to drive economic development? And if we have purchasing decisions or any kind of decision that can be made that serves all 3 of those at once, then it's worth pursuing. So in evaluating organizational development, we have a lot of points of leverage we can focus on. We've taken various stabs at improving organizational development, meaning the efficiency of the city, the culture of the city, the degree to which the city does or doesn't embrace technology or train our employees. And so we can focus on particular things, which in my view really distill down into operating efficiencies, whether we are highly efficient in the way we serve our constituents so that we can boost our gross receipts tax in the city and make our community happier. The same comes with community development. And as you look at these line items, you're probably thinking, well, some of these fall under organizational development or economic development, and that's absolutely true, and that's the point. So the elements that serve organizational development and community development and economic development are the ones that we would do well to prioritize. And in the interest of community development, the most important things are the things that create well-being among our constituents and also drive quality of life. So those would be the areas we would probably be wisest to prioritize. And then in terms of economic development, there are many things that we can point to. We could be trying to get more side hustles or startups or small to mid-sized businesses. We can be focusing on planning and zoning. We can help our constituents figure out how to have standardized hours of operations, so if people come off the interstate to go visit their businesses, that they are there and open, so they come back again and again and again. And so among the areas to optimize, one of them that is most important for this particular period of time is the AI discoverability of our city, because site selectors and real estate developers and location executives are now using AI first to figure out where they're going to locate, and also AI accelerated digital marketing solutions that predispose the kinds of residents and visitors and the kinds of businesses that we want to attract to the city that support well-being and productive capacity and socioeconomic status to come to the city. So for this coming budget period, the AI discoverability and AI accelerated digital marketing are really key to creating lift in the economy. Finally, we can take those three elements, well-being, productive capacity, and socioeconomic status, and for each of them, we can say what are the causal factors or the correlated factors or the chronological factors that are driving each of those domains. And the reason that's important is it tells us how to get leverage. So if we're trying to improve well-being, the three most causal or correlated factors to well-being are mental and behavioral health, and we were very fortunate to hear that we're already focusing on that as a city. Physical health, which is part of the reason we put in these trails, and social health, which is part of why we have community events newly posted on our website, thanks to Ann Tice. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, go check that out. She and Patricia really came up with a great addition there. In productive capacity, we can distill the causal, correlated, and chronological efforts into aligned education, enabling infrastructure and technology, and region-aligned opportunities, and the same goes for socioeconomic status. So we have, among our economic development partners, looked at all of these boxes and figured out how our initiatives fall into them, to figure out what we are attending to, such as the behavioral and mental health, and what we're leaving out. I'm hopeful that this simplified framework will be easier than 700 plus pages of documents that were all very well written and also are very hard to get through for a paid municipal employee, let alone a citizen who's in this community. I'm hopeful that we can continue to invest in technology to accelerate the revitalization of the city, keeping front and center the well-being, productive capacity, and socioeconomic status of our folks. Thanks so much for letting me share, and I'm open to questions if there are any.
Thank you, Cynthia. Are any comments or questions from the commission?
I appreciate the presentation, but can you give me 3 successes this last year, businesses that you have attracted to Raton that have opened a storefront and maybe hired a couple of employees?
That is an excellent question. So I cannot point to a business. What I can point to are side hustles like David Garcia's Pinot Brown. I can point to work that I've done with aging aging owners of businesses like Zeller's Cleaners and helping them develop the documents that they would use for succession planning for business retention and expansion. I can point to the companies that are looking at us that have not looked at us before, which include many of the restaurants that are in Santa Fe, and including restaurants like Rudy's or Roadhouse, and truck stops, a variety of truck stops, who now know that we're here. We almost got one of them, but they decided that we were too close to another installation that they had just put in, and we lost our original location expert. So it's really a combination of business retention and expansion activities, many of which are invisible because they are confidential one-on-one communications with the business owners, and this systematic outreach using Zoom Info and using newly Course Creator 360, which is a multi-purpose customer relationship management and outreach.
So you stay in contact with these inquiries?
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah, and they promise things like, I'll take the example of Roadhouse, so Texas Roadhouse. So they have an installation in Santa Fe, and I went to visit them, and they like our location. They just are not done figuring out what's happening with their location in Santa Fe yet. But the relationship is such that their site selector said, first, he gets off the interstate and goes to the McDonald's every time he's driving through his region, and that he would come through the Tourist Information Center and visit next time he's in town. So there's regular drips going on these outside organizations, and also a considerable amount of work on business retention and expansion, both through our walkabouts, which we started a year and a half ago and now turned into walk and talks, where we visit individual businesses, and our office hours, and basically our open scheduling, where anyone can get on my schedule and get help with any aspect of business. Did that answer your question?
Anything further from the commission? Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Scott.
our clerk needs to set up the call. We have someone who's supposed to call in.
Okay.
Matt and Brennan, in case there's any questions for the ordinances.
Okay. It's a great time.
Please enter your participant or moderator code, followed by the pound key. I'm sorry, that conference code is not scheduled for this time. Please enter your participant or moderator code, followed...
Don't worry, you're not live on
Please
Facebook.
say your name, followed by the pound key.
City Commission meeting.
Thank you, Desiree. Okay, we will move on to item 4C, public hearing discussion, City of Raton FY27 interim budget. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, I would turn this over to our treasurer, Michael Antonucci.
Ms. Antonucci.
Evening, Mayor and Commission. So at 5 o'clock, we had a special meeting for our review of our draft interim budget. So you have that to review. I think we did decide that we were going to have another special budget workshop on the 21st of this month. Not sure what time we decided that would be. Did we have a time?
Do we have a time?
6 p.m.
on the 21st for a budget workshop.
Yeah, on the
6 p.m.
21st. Is that a Tuesday? I apologize.
Thursday. Next Thursday.
So hopefully that doesn't conflict with anybody else's meetings. But we would bring to the commission a final budget at the May 26th meeting. We would then adopt it and have to submit by June 1st is the deadline for the Department of Finance. So we still have quite a bit of work to do on the budget. We do plan to follow up with department heads and have some additional meetings to go over each of their individual budgets. Like I reported earlier, we are looking to kind of work on the grant piece a little bit more, kind of try to figure out what grants will be fully expended at the end of the year, and then what things need to carry over to the new fiscal. We also have a series of new grants that we've been notified of, but we don't really have the actual grant agreements in hand. So hopefully, we did do surveys with DFA for the severance tax. Actually, I think it's general fund monies this year that we received through the legislative session. So we're waiting on those grant agreements as well. So that's kind of the plan moving forward. This is scheduled as a public hearing, so if there's anybody from the public that would like to give us some of their input, we certainly look to the commission, the public, and our department heads, kind of a group effort to put the budget together.
Thank you, Ms. Antonucci. Any comments or questions before we open it up for a public hearing? Okay, we had a lengthy workshop before this. This is the chance for the public, if anyone would like to comment on the budget. If you're not here in person, you're welcome to call City Hall and send in your comments or email whatever form you would like to give. So anyone who'd like to comment.
Just one comment. I just heard that there's a planning and zoning meeting on the 21st at 6 o'clock. So we might need to revisit if we want to do it earlier.
No.
I'm not usually getting back from Wilsonburg until 6.
I believe you were out Wednesday, Mayor?
Wednesday, if we go 6, I can do it. I don't know what you guys.
Mr. Honeyfield's gonna be lost in the canyon somewhere, so.
I can do the 20th at 6. Are you, but go ahead, Wednesday at 6?
Yeah.
Wednesday at 6.
I can do Wednesday.
Wednesday at 6.
Wednesday at 6.
And then we'll also share that information with Sally.
Excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a time for public comments on the budget. If there are any, please come forward and let us know what your thoughts are. Okay, seeing none, anything further from the commission? All right, we will move on to item D. Public hearing, deliberate and act on ordinance number 1037, amending the Raton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, nuisances. Mr. Scott.
Mayor and Commission, item D is a public hearing and action on ordinance 1037, chapter 94. This updates several areas of our existing ordinance to include nuisance abatement, preventive measures against neighborhood deterioration. It also allows enforcement prioritization where conditions present a safety risk. And it updates the definitions of a hearing examiner. That's the main meat and bones of this ordinance amendment here. It also updates the definitions of junk, unsheltered junk, and nuisances. It updates abandoned vehicle and towing, impound fees that hopefully would cover the city's costs that we're currently experiencing, and it strengthens alternative enforcement by using the hearing officer. The city would recommend adoption of this, but this is a public hearing today, so we would take comment from the public as well.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We did talk about this at length at a previous meeting. We'll start with any comments or questions further from the commission.
Did Michael allow for this, the funding of this position
The hearing
in
officer.
her budget?
Madam Mayor and Commissioner Honeyfield, we are thinking that can be someone from staff.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a public hearing on ordinance, the proposed ordinance 1037 on the nuisances. If there is anyone who would like to comment on that, you are welcome to at this time. I will make a note that I did receive an email from the public with strong support for this ordinance. One person. Hopefully there are more, but anyone wishing to comment?
I heard strong support against where we've struck
The
out
honeybee.
the honeybees so that we allow honeybees. So I heard good support on that.
But be careful, there was a bear in my yard this afternoon, so. Okay, then we will move on to the wish of the commission in moving this forward.
I would move to approve ordinance number 1037, amending the Raton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, nuisances.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance 1037, amending the Raton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, nuisances. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call on this, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor Chatterley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Schuster,
Yes.
and Commissioner Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item E, public hearing / deliberate and act on ordinance number 1038, amending the Raton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 97, vacant building registration. Mr. Scott.
Mayor and Commission, item E is a public hearing and action on ordinance 1038, Chapter 97, which directly goes towards vacant buildings. This amends our current vacant building registration rules and strengthens the regulation, registration, and enforcement of vacant buildings, again, through the use of a hearing examiner. It clarifies some of the definitions, expands on the owner's duties, what their responsibilities are. It also updates registration requirements and the appeal process using that hearing officer. It looks to strengthen some fee provisions and add administrative remedies and fines for ongoing noncompliance, and revises penalties to include court action and misdemeanor consequences. The city would recommend adoption of this ordinance, and I forgot to mention on the last one, we do have Mac and Brendan available on the phone if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any comments or questions from the commission? I will note that both of these ordinances, the idea is to have an additional way to process these cases, and that there is always still the city commission appeal. That has not changed.
Yes, Madam Mayor, hopefully, sometimes people get scared away with the court process, and this would be a more friendlier atmosphere.
Yeah, a friendly way to negotiate through this process and get some things cleaned up. Thank you. This is indeed a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on that, this is your chance. Okay, seeing no one, I would entertain the wishes of the commission on this item.
I do have one comment. So, I guess I am surprised by how many people own second homes in Raton. But the way this ordinance is written, they have to occupy the property at least 181 days a year, or they're in violation. The way this thing reads. I'm just thinking about those folks that have bought homes here that are here 30, 45 days a year or so.
That is something we can look into. I believe Mac and Brennan may have a possible answer to that. Mac, are you there?
Hello, Mayor, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commission. This is Mac McGarry. About the Commissioner Honeyfield issue with the second homes and people having to inhabit their homes for 180 days in order to be not under this ordinance. He's absolutely right. It would mean that some people who have second homes and who aren't here for those 120 or 180 days would have to pay the vacant building fee. That is nothing about that has changed. That is exactly the way our current ordinance is written. And so really nothing in this new ordinance is adjusting that time period or is going to make any change for individuals with second homes in Raton.
I guess my comment on that would be, if the one beauty of this is a hearing examiner rather than the court, you could actually go to that person and present that fact that you're only doing that period of time, and couldn't you then avoid any of your penalties or whatever else as you address that hearing officer versus ended up in municipal court? That's probably the part I like of both of these.
Go ahead, Mac.
Yes, sorry, I apologize. I think there's a little bit of a lag, but I apologize if I talk over anyone. Yes, that's exactly the intent with the hearing examiner. You know, you're, rather than just dealing with there's an appeal process, and so if there is good reason that, you know, you are a responsible property owner, you're keeping your property up, it's your vacation home, and, you know, maybe one year you weren't able to get there and live there the required amount of time, then there is some path to having I guess you would call it, having the ordinance not apply in that case. The hearing examiner would be able to make that determination. And just even the way the ordinance is written now, in certain circumstances, we have made exceptions with consulting with the city manager, Jaden Welsh, and myself for special circumstances. And so we're with this, we're kind of just trying to add more of a human touch to these situations rather than, but yet still backing them up with the ability to enforce our ordinance when it serves the community.
So I guess to address the question that Dan asked, though, the 180 days would be a literal requirement.
Or pay the fee.
Or pay the
Yes, so that's how the ordinance is written, and that's how it's currently written as well. So, I mean, we could, yeah, that's the way it's written in the ordinance.
What is our fee right now?
How much is the fee for a vacant building?
So it's a escalating scale.
Right.
So it starts out at $100 for the first year, and then it goes up to $200, so on, all the way up to year 5, which is $500, and then it doesn't escalate beyond that.
I think that's a separate issue, but I think we should address it. That for vacation homes or that should be a different fee as opposed to a business type building.
And I think this ordinance, Commissioner Schuster, would need to be amended to
Right.
reflect that.
That's what I mean. I think
Because
that's
the
a
way
different
it's
issue.
written now, and they take it literally, we might as well be advertising that,
Don't come here.
well, if you're buying a second home here, you're gonna join the Raton HOA with an escalating
Right.
membership fee.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a thought. So I think we've discussed this the first time around, and the biggest issue is that if we put in something where people can say it's their vacation home, then everyone's gonna say, oh, that's my vacation home, even though it's a dilapidated building. And so I think it's better to keep it tighter and then have people work with the hearing officer, because Mac, can you tell us a little bit about what puts a vacant home on your radar? Because I think a lot of the vacation homes, we've never had someone come with an issue thus far, and they've never come and appealed to the commission. I don't know, so I think the things that put a vacant building, abandoned building on your radar are not a nicely kept vacation property. But correct me if that's wrong.
I think Mr. Gaddy would differ with you. Yeah, he got to fight this fight.
Matt, can you answer that for me?
Yes, and you're right. That is not the vast majority of vacant building cases are exactly what we're trying to target. They're the dilapidated homes, and I don't think I guess to answer your question and what Commissioner Honeyfield brought up, yes, the Gaddy home that's on I believe it's South 5th, that has been brought up, but to my knowledge, that is the only individual with a vacation home that is maintaining their property and so forth that we have had an appeal process. And I guess to further answer your question, Mayor, the the things that draw my attention to a vacant building are generally the more unkempt properties, the dilapidated properties that obviously have no one living in them, that are broken windows, and that is where the bulk of our qualifications for a vacant building lie, in those sorts of things. And you're correct that my feeling is that if we loosen and we don't have some sort of time requirement that a person has to be living here, then exactly what you said would happen, and we would have many people claiming that it's just their vacation home, when that's not the case. And so my thought would be, if the will of the commission is to address this number of 180 days, whether it's to adjust it down or whatever the commission's will is, we can definitely do that in a different amendment. But this amendment is separate from this time requirement that one must live in Raton in order for it to be qualified as a vacant building. That would be my suggestion.
And Madam Mayor and Commissioner Honeyfield, one of the purposes of creating this position of the examiner was exactly that case with the Gaddy home. This would be an exception where the owner could come and say, look, my property is maintained, we keep it up, and we give them the chance to discuss it with us, and we work out a solution. And generally, I would think going forward with the examiner, we're probably going to lean on the favorable side of the homeowners as we see that they're making the efforts to maintain their property. It's these other properties that nobody's doing anything about that we need to address.
Well, and I guess I wouldn't have a problem with this if this ordinance spelled it out that way, that if you have utilities, the insurance is paid up, property taxes are paid up, then you're going to leave Raton with a warm and fuzzy. But to put them through this process, I've seen too many opportunities where it went sideways, and it just didn't leave Raton in a favorable light.
I have to agree with Commissioner Honeyfield. I think we need to define that out. But that isn't part of what we're doing here. I think that's a separate issue. But I think we do need to proceed with defining it out better, so that there's not also claims of favoritism and whatnot. That we have clear definitions of.
Right. Well, and I guess I'm going to add to this. I know we've got a long agenda tonight, but so the nuisance ordinance, and I've always contended this. The city of Raton owns numerous properties in town, and it's always been the stance in the past. We're going to tell you to cut your weeds, but we don't have to cut ours because we're the city. And I want that to stop. We're going to lead by example. And if we can't maintain our properties out of our budget, then we don't get to tell others. And I know the town needs to be cleaned up, but we need to look inward first and be sure we've addressed our stuff. For example, the house we knocked down up on North First, those weeds, if I fell down, you'd never find me in it. It hasn't been touched since we tore the house down. And that's why I keep going back to this thing of, if we're not going to maintain it, we need to get rid of these properties and whatnot. But if we're going to own them, then we need to bear the expense of keeping them up.
Anything further, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am. I'll get off my soapbox.
No, you're fine.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're absolutely right. Any property we have, we should maintain. We should be held to the same rules.
But on this one, kind of to Commissioner Schuster's point, if we can amend this one, I'm in favor of it. But it needs to spell out, it's like, okay, yes, this is what needs to happen for this not to apply.
Right.
But that's not in here.
I guess I would also ask is, and I was looking through this, that shows the fee schedule. Is there a specific section that there isn't, we haven't addressed, that the hearing officer can waive that and have no fees, make sure that language is in there, meaning if you come and appeal it to them and explain that situation, and maybe in the 180 days, explain vacation homes, notify the city or something, maybe it's something like that, is just under that 180 days, if it's a vacation home, maintain, please notify us of that situation. But even if they don't, make sure, since we're going to a more, better to deal with the public rather than taking it to municipal court, have that hearing officer have the possibility to waive that fee once you explain the situation.
Madam Mayor and Commissioner Campbell, yeah, that's something we can look at. And I would strongly suggest then that as we go to amend this, that perhaps Mayor Pro Tem, you sit in on the committee, and Mayor, if you want someone else to participate, maybe Commissioner Campbell or Commissioner Schuster, they'd be invited to sit in on the construction of this amendment.
So is the wish of the commission to pass this as is and then add that amendment in later so that we can get the hearing officer going? Or would you prefer to do a full entire amendment together at one time with those changes? What are your thoughts?
I believe we should get the hearing officer started. And then
Come back to the
table with better definitions than what we have.
And I would assume, in other words, are we going to vote to pass this one then? Okay.
Yeah.
Because either way, because of the other one, we're going to do a hearing officer, and I'm assuming it's going to be the same person in both cases. And
But you would just be passing the hearing officer for nuisances, not for vacant buildings.
Vacant buildings and
Okay.
stuff. But yeah.
So we can work on this one and then with the direction to staff that we would like to see that amendment as soon as possible.
Right.
Figure out how we can balance that. We need to be able to enforce that, but we also need to be able to work with people who do have, responsible properties. And I will note that it does talk about it lacking active utility service as one of the criteria that could be evaluated on. So I think having utilities is actually a good measure for that potential amendment. Just in discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, you'd like to work on that?
No, that's fine.
Okay, any other commissioners that would like to work on that ordinance amendment as we direct to staff? Commissioner Campbell or Commissioner?
I can participate.
Because the only thing I was going to suggest was if we could bring on a couple of the realtors in town. Because I know these folks get the brunt of some of this when somebody buys a property here and then all of a sudden it's like, what do you mean I got to talk to the hearing officer?
Madam Mayor, that's your purview to set up an ad hoc committee.
Like to do that, and we would nominate, Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield and Commissioner Campbell to work on that, and they can decide if they would like to have a couple other people involved, and we'll just use that as staff direction. As a side note to this item. In terms of the actual action before us tonight, what is the wish of the commission for item E? The ordinance number 1038, amending the Raton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 97, vacant building registration.
I would move to approve ordinance number 1038.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item E, to adopt ordinance number 1038. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor Chatterley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Schuster?
Yes.
And Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for your very good discussion on that item. Item F, report on Main Street by Raton Main Street Board President Christine Valentini. Mr. Sedata?
Brian Williams.
Has left.
Mayor, I would turn the floor over to
Richard McGarry.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Thanks, Desmond.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Interim City Manager. I am Christine Valentini, President of Raton Main Street Arts and Cultural District. On behalf of the Board of Directors and our new Executive Director, Patricia Duran, we are committed members of the community, dedicated to improving the quality of life in Raton by revitalizing our downtown area. We want to foster business prosperity and offer new economic opportunities. We seek to have a community where all generations can have a sense of pride in Raton and all cultures feel respect for their heritage. Please refer to the report attached highlighting our accomplishments for the past 2 years. In 2024, building facade improvements via our own facade grant program in the amount of $7,500, wayfinding signage in downtown Raton, wayfinding billboard at north entrance to Raton, the 9th Annual Gate City Music Festival, International Santa Fe Trail Balloon Rally, the 4th of July Parade and Fun on Historic First Street, Safe Trick or Treat, Festival of Lights, numerous Key to the Heart of Downtown presentations, Shop Local campaign, a $279,000 capital outlay funding awarded to assist the city in planning phase of the Raton Depot, economic development partnerships with the City of Raton, Better Cities, Center for Community Innovation, and Grow Raton. Accomplished in 2025, building facade improvements via our own facade grant program in the amount of $1,000, a $100,000 ACD pilot grant for the former Golden Rule Marquiondo lot. We received a $5,000 New Mexico Resiliency Alliance grant and a $1,100,000 from New Mexico Department of Economic Development to renovate the Raton Train Depot. We are physical agent for the Beautification Coalition for hanging the flower baskets project. Our board helps Lisa Cam with hanging all those baskets and taking them down. We established a Outgrow Your Garage entrepreneurial business and goals workshop. We rolled out the Outgrow Your Garage online training platform, graduated 14 entrepreneurs in the Rocky Mountain Microfinance Institute and B-Side Fund Entrepreneur Boot Camps, the Shop Local campaign, numerous Key to the Heart of Downtown presentations, again continuing our economic development partnerships with the City of Raton, Better Cities, Center for Community Innovation, and Grow Raton. We are the winner of the 2025 Great American Main Street Award. We'd had 4,000 plus volunteer hours from 371 volunteers. We again completed and organized the 10th Annual Gate City Music Festival, the International Santa Fe Trail Balloon Rally, the 4th of July Parade, and Fun on Historic First Street, Safe Trick or Treat, and again the Festival of Lights. We come before you to ask for your continued support and approval of the biennial Memorandum of Understanding between New Mexico Main Street Program, City of Raton, and Raton Arts and Cultural District. I've also attached New Mexico Main Street, just for your information. It's 3 pages of New Mexico Main Street technical assistance that we could receive from them through revitalization specialists at our request and to assist with our downtown businesses. So these pages. And so there's just covers everything that they can help us out with under our components, the components that we work under, which is design, economic vitality, organization, and promotion. Our executive director is essential to our organization and essential for Raton. We also ask for your support and approval of the financial resolution. We are requesting an additional $10,000, which can be split over the next 2 years of a biennial agreement. This request is to help our executive director with acquiring health insurance coverage and to cover the cost of employer tax so that her salary can be at the amount we are currently receiving. Raton Main Street will continue to raise additional funds to help with the increasing costs of program operations, also to help with required travel for conferences and general office expenses. We are committed and we will continue to abide by the eligibility, participating, and reporting requirements as set forth. I'd also like to share with you some recently good news that we recently received in Main Street America, and we just got this in today, so I'd like to have Desiree pass this out. We are happy to report Main Street America and New Mexico Main Street certify that Raton Main Street Arts and Cultural District has been recognized as a 2026 accredited program for meeting the standards of performance in 2025. Signed by Aaron Barnes, President and CEO of the Main Street America, Matt Wagner, PhD, Chief Innovation Officer, Main Street America. So yay us. I'll stand for any questions, we'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Valentini. Any comments or questions? I did have one. In the budget and staffing requirements for the New Mexico Main Street America organizations, and maybe this answers my question, are we considered now an accredited program?
Yes, we
Okay.
We have been, we have to renew every year.
Every year.
To meet a long list of.
Because it looks like that comes with a little bit different funding requirement, which was going to be my question for the small community. The funding requirement is more on track with what you're requesting.
Yeah, we are accredited and have to be every year, so. And it's a lengthy performance standards that we do have to go through with the Main Street America. So this was good news to receive again today. So.
I know our lodgers tax funds are very stressed right now, and that is a concern because we do pay for this out of our non-promo funds, and I don't know that they're going up. It's the biggest issue. Comments or questions?
I was looking through the MOU. What's the base cost now without the 10,000?
I'm sorry?
The base cost of this.
We're at 50,000 right now.
Okay.
And it has been that amount for the past 4 years.
So you're asking for 55 and then 55, or?
55 and then 60.
And then 60.
And then leaving it at that because of health insurance and, like I said, employer.
And the former
taxes.
director was their health insurance with that director?
Yes. Well, yeah, we were receiving the 50,000 and we were also using some additional funds to help her with the health insurance. So at this point, though, because of costs, the increase, we have not been able to raise sufficient funds to help cover health insurance for our executive director at this time. So if we could get that additional 5,000, that would definitely help. And, you know, also with the employer tax, she's taken a cut because it was that employer tax was actually eating into our general fund, which, you know, we do raise money for. And the general fund helps to provide, well, just the operational costs and office expenses, utilities, everything, all that comes with that. Conference travel, which is required. She's required to travel to every conference and the Main Street Now conference once a year, which is next year will be held in Detroit. The president of the Main Street is required to travel to at least one conference, one of New Mexico Main Street's conferences, either the winter or the fall. So, And that's all also in being required to remain an accredited organization.
Thank
It's
you. I
a
very much-
it's a learning process.
Yes. No, I very much appreciate all that you all do for our community. It's incredible the dollars you brought in and those things. I know we're experiencing the insurance crunch in the city budget as well. There's a lot of rising costs.
And we do our best to bring as much, with regard to these events, and promoting the international, the balloon rally, National Santa Fe Trail Balloon Rally, and in the Gate City Music Festival, these events which do put heads in beds, so help with lodger's tax there. I understand there is some, that it has been reduced quite a bit, but I think it was major, probably over like the winter months where we just didn't have a real good winter, and people didn't have to stay, or the closing of a hotel or two. I don't know, but our events, we can give you statistics that show that we do bring and put heads in beds.
Thank you. Further comments, questions?
Madam Mayor,
Budget-wise, where are we at?
right now, we're projected pretty close to 40,000 in the hole with lodger's tax. And that has been a trend. Last year, we were down, and we were even down this year. Last year, I believe we had to pull 50,000 from general fund to cover lodger's tax. And Madam Mayor, as a point of order, have we morphed into item G here?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
I'm just.
That's
just
it.
for-
Thank you,
for my
Mr.
knowledge.
Sagata. Anything further on the report before we go into the next item? Any further questions for Ms. Valentin? Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Sagata, for getting me in line there. We will move on to item G. Deliberate and act on biennial memorandum of understanding between Raton Main Street and the city of Raton. Mr. Sagata?
Madam Mayor and Commission, I think we've just heard a pretty good report on what the MOU is. It is a requirement in Mexico Main Street. And this, as long as I have been involved in this, we have been renewing this biannually. I think the President and the Director pointed out the needs and the requirements. But as far as the MOU itself goes, I would recommend to approve the MOU, and I believe the next item then addresses the financial support.
Okay, so item G is just the MOU?
Yes.
Any comments or questions from the commission? This is not involved of financial support.
I would move to approve the biennial memorandum of understanding between Raton Main Street and the city of Raton.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve the biennial memorandum of understanding between Raton Main Street and the city of Raton. Any further discussions on the MOU? All in favor, please vote by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item H, deliberate and act on resolution 2026-23 approving financial support to Raton Main Street and supporting a public-private economic development Main Street project. Mr. Sagata.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, before you is a resolution approving financial support to Raton Main Street. As President Valentini just reported, they're asking for an additional $10,000 to be spread over 2 years. We currently provide $50,000. As we discussed briefly, lodger's tax is down. And however, the city would recommend whatever the commission decides here.
Well, the way my math figures it, it's 15,000. Because if they're asking for a 5 this year and 10 next year,
No,
No.
that's 5,000 this year and 5,000 next year.
yes, but it totals 15,000 over the 2 years.
Total's 10,000.
Totals 15, because you're taking it from 50 to 60, that's 10, and 5 for
No,
this
this year,
next year.
in this 2020 or 26, 27, it would be from the 50 to 55,000. And then in the second year of the biennial memorandum would be 60,000.
I think he's saying cumulatively, that adds up to $15,000 over 2 years. Over 2 years. Because you have the 5,000 and then the 10
No,
an
it's
additional?
from
what-
5,000 in
50?
the first year of the biennial and 5,000 in the second.
So that'd be 55, but that's not,
Yeah.
No.
that's not.
It's cumulative $15,000 total for over 2 years, because you have the 5,000 in the we're starting at 50, we're adding.
From now.
From now,
From
from
now.
now. So from now, 50 to 55 is 5,000, and then from now, 50 to 60 is a 10,000. So that's what he's, that's all, they're just arguing semantics, I think that's what.
5,000 every year is all I do.
Just looking at the fiscal impact over 2 years.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm getting at.
Have we started, are we able to look at lodging tax from Airbnbs?
No, we have not yet.
But that's on
That is on our agenda to
Horizon.
work with the Airbnb Association and see how we can get
Yeah.
these registered in town.
Because the situation we're running into, Travel Inn closed their doors, or the old Motel 6. That's a huge facility. And of course, like all those things, the rumor now is Super 8 may be a candidate. We don't know for sure, but the little bit I follow national trends, the traveling public's not staying in motels. And all, so I just don't know how much red ink we're gonna paint and all, to where, kinda to your point, Mayor, I just don't know how much of the general fund we wanna zap for.
Yeah, we were already talking about deficit spending, which we don't want to do for the next year, and a big loss in our. My only other thought is, this is an economic development organization of looking at transitioning funds from our economic development recurring gross receipts tax, because this partnership is very valuable and very important. Our lodgers tax can't take a raise right now. That's my biggest concern. We just don't have the money.
And Commission, that is a doable option.
Other comments, thoughts?
Because in this document we have here is on page 7 where it shows the projected funding and stuff, accredited, it's actually saying 60,000.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I'm assuming that's, I don't know if that's all municipal input, but it's actually acting like from their side. They wanted to go even higher, which is actually what we're talking about. Right now, lodgers tax is going the other direction.
Yeah. And I know we've had that discussion in the past, Commissioner, thank you, is we were actually below the threshold that was suggested, and that's why we had come up a little, and they were, the state was very understanding of that stress on our budget at the time. So, thoughts, wishes? It's a tough one.
I'd feel better if I had a solid grounding as to what our expenditures were gonna be through the fiscal year in that lodgers tax fund. Because here again, I don't wanna get in a situation where we're negative and didn't realize it until after the fact.
Mr. Scott, what is the timeline on this approval? Can it be postponed, or what's the due date on the funding commitment?
Well, it would be for the next fiscal year, so.
July 1 is
July
when it
1.
would start?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and Commission, I'd suggest that we have another budget shop coming up Thursday or Wednesday now. We take a look at it and possibly seeing how we're standing in the Economic Development Fund. I think we're pretty healthy there. And seeing what Michael Ann thinks about that and go from
We
there.
can look at those funds.
Yeah.
So that would be if the commission is willing to postpone until after our budget workshop to look at this increase?
I think they err on the side of caution. I would feel more comfortable with that.
Would you like to make a motion on that?
Yeah, I would move that we postpone Resolution 2026-23, approving the financial support to the Raton Main Street and supporting the public-private economic development Main Street project.
Mayor, would you like that on the next meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's get this taken care of. I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second, to postpone this item H, the resolution 2026-23, until after we've had our next budget workshop and been able to consider economic development funds towards this funding. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your patience with us on this. All right. Item I, deliberate and act on event forms, Raton Main Street International Santa Fe Trail Balloon Rally, July 3rd through the 5th, 2026, and the Raton Main Street 4th of July. Would, Mr. Sagata, would we like to do these together or separate?
Madam Mayor, Commission, that is to your pleasure. All the documents are there and signed. Everything is in order. I would recommend approval.
Thank you. I believe we got the second certificate of liability insurance as we were coming in today. Any comments, questions from the commission on these event forms? These are wonderful events, and I very much appreciate Raton Main Street taking them on, and everything really looks to be in order. So I would entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the event forms for both the Main Street International Santa Fe Trail Balloon Rally, July 3rd through the 5th, 2026, as well as the Raton Main Street 4th of July.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve both event forms. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item J, deliberate and act on lodger's tax non-promo fund requests for the Raton Museum and Raton Arts and Humanities. We'll start with the Raton Museum. Mr. Scott.
Madam Mayor and Commission, you have two requests before you this evening from the lodger's tax non-promo. It's for the Raton Museum in the amount of $32,800 and the Raton Arts and Humanity in the amount of $18,000.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Scott.
believe we have representation here this evening for both.
Would you be able to give us what we have now earmarked for them? And
Currently, we have $30,000 for the Raton Museum, and Humanities, I believe, is $18,000.
thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. McQuarrie, would you like to address us anything about the museum request?
I can answer any questions if you might have questions for us. You have our proposal in front of you, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to review it. And I'll stand for any questions. I believe just as a corrective, a correction, our request was for $32,400, not $32,800. So that's all right. And that is the same amount that we received and requested last year and the year prior to that. So we did not, understanding that lodger's tax is tight and has been, that we did not increase our request. I hope you noted that in our visitation reports that it is down about 600 from the prior year as far as actual visitation, but 70% of the people that actually visit the museum are from either out of state, foreign country, or throughout New Mexico, but not local. So only 30% visitation is actually tied to local people. So again, I think it warrants the fact that people are stopping in that are traveling. I know we get some people that actually take the train, come in, spend the day, and wander around town and shop and do that type of thing, and then get on the train and head back to Kansas somewhere or somewhere in Colorado. So that does take place. Percentage-wise, I think, you all are aware, we're all unfortunately aware of the increases of insurance and things of that nature that we are all experiencing, and also maintenance and repair on the building. We purchased that building in 2004, all from donations throughout the community and people that support the Raton Museum, and did the renovations from 2004 to 2008. So it's been actually 18 years that we have had, the building open and going. So as we all know, roofs, mechanical systems, whatnot, just maintaining and keeping that facility up and going is critical. As you could probably see in some of our income, we had a huge jump in donations, and that is actually thanks to a local family that donated $10,000 in memory of their parents. And then we had an anonymous donation of $10,000. So that helps us be able to take care of other expenses as far as the building is concerned, and grow that so that we know going forward we have the monies to maintain that building as well.
Thank you for that report. What do you think, commissioners? Do you want to dial? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I have to correct myself. I looked at the wrong line. It was 32,400 last year.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Campbell has the floor.
I was curious, just as your opinion somewhat, is if you look back 10 to 15 years ago, is it just that many less people traveling? As far as being anywhere from 2,500 to 3,500 all the way down to where it is now. It's just.
Right. Honestly, Commissioner Campbell, I think COVID was a huge, huge hit on the traveling public. I mean, it just shrunk everything to the point where getting people that are willing to get back out and actually travel and stay places for an extended period of time rather than just day trips or something of that nature that they can get back home. I think that had a lot to do with it. Obviously, the economics, of traveling, housing or hotels went up, gas went up, food went up. Families trying to get to destinations are probably traveling longer to get there. And then, to Commissioner Schuster's point, we didn't really have a lot of winter activities, and we haven't probably for the last 2 years at least. So you just see that decline of different type effects that are actually affecting travel.
I don't think it's just us either.
No. I mean, if
Ms. Molina could probably pull up some statistics regarding decrease in travel nationwide.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Trinidad had indicated in their budget process that, their lodger's tax is way down as well. So it's not that they're just going over the hill to stop there. It's like, I think it is across the board.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you-
So had you considered any other revenue sources outside of admission fees?
Actually, we have not. I mean, I don't know. As far as grants, people always point to grants and what might be available for museums and grants. The problem that museums run into, and it's not just ours, it's across the board, is most grant opportunities for our type of facility is for programming and not for operations. So yeah, if we wanted to do a specific program, then there's probably dollars available to put on a exhibit or a program for the museum. But as far as operational dollars through grants, they're really hard to come by.
May I follow up on that?
Yes.
So I know that you all have that event space. Has that gotten a little more popular? Is it something you guys
It
are
has.
advertising out? Because I know could be a stream of income.
Right, and it has been, in fact, not so much this last year, but the prior year, I was going to, let me look real quick. We had, actually, no, from the year before to this current time, we had a 31% increase in event, space and programming. So, in fiscal year 24, we had approximately 3,800. I wished it was 38,000. 3,800 in income from events that take place at the museum. And this last fiscal year, it was 5,000. So it has increased, so that is continuing to increase as we go on. But, yeah. This last winter, from January to current, not so much. We are in the process of trying to redesign and relay out the museum. So, that's kind of hindered trying to do a few things, not so much the gallery space, which is what we rent out, but, so we're in that process as well, and we're quite able to get where we want. It's like eating an elephant. You have to take a bite at a time on that.
I was just thinking also with the grants for programming, I know it takes a lot of staff time, it takes grant admin time, but at the same time, I was thinking we do have a lot less traveling public. We also have older folks, myself included. I like to go to a museum and look around, but trying to figure out maybe there's a programming grant to do an exhibit, and maybe you have looked at this already for younger kids. And I know you've had different things. I remember there was like a dinosaur exhibit and
Correct.
different things that the kids can enjoy as well, and
Right.
maybe looking at things for like that younger teenage group. I don't know, and you've probably already considered this.
No,
That was
but
just a
I
thought
think,
had to
there's
get
a
more
lot of
visitors
different options
out of
out
the
there,
car.
right, yeah,
Because that's hard to capture the people that are here.
agreed.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had the opportunity to have the Placer AI data used to kind of see where people are coming from and where they're going after the museum?
Actually, we have not. I mean, we know that they're coming
Yeah.
and where they're coming
Yeah,
from.
'cause you keep good
but-
records.
Yeah, and we, normally the conversation is, where are you coming from? Where are you headed? Why are you here? Kind of things, and have long discussions in regards to that. So a lot are just, traveling, or a lot are, here either visiting family or wanting to find out more about their cultural heritage or their ancestry type things. So, and Dawson will be coming up this year, so that will increase, hopefully. I mean, the ranch sold, so hopefully they have an arrangement where they can still continue to have that reunion.
I know that we can provide that data for you as a city if you guys are interested in it. I think that could be cool, particularly if you have an event and you want to kind of know
Yeah.
just some extra numbers, because you do a great job keeping track already, but that's kind of an interesting
Yeah,
look
a
at.
different dynamic
Yeah.
to kind of figure it out, yes, definitely.
Sorry, I'm hogging the floor. Other comments or questions from the commission?
Do you guys keep these pamphlets in motel rooms?
We get them out to the visitor center. We take some by to different motels, but I think the problem that we've run into is once we make the initial drop-off, is whether or not they're running out of them or getting back to us saying, I need more, or us following up to see if they need more. But yeah, we do get them spread around.
I guess I had another question. On the museum, on the building, who actually owns that building?
The society owns that building, yes.
I know she's gonna hate this, but how are you, because it involves, how are your utilities handled? Do you pay electric and water and sewer and all that?
Yes, sir. In
That'd
fact,
be considered as a
utility cost went up. Let's see, you want the percentage of utility costs?
You're gonna hate this idea, but it's a lengthy non-revenue list on both water and sewer and electric. Is that a potential where that could, from the public good, is whether the building is not? I know the water department has a lengthy list. I know Neil's gonna give me a look on this, because I start this for that side, that should fall into that category, to where that would help that, to where the city covered it. That gets you in trouble on your other hat.
It does, yes. Right, and with it being a separate entity, right.
It's a different type of building.
Right.
Yes. It gets into trouble.
Right.
Public building, you're right.
Right.
Well, but Kathy, you guys are a 501c3, right?
We are.
So it is nonprofit, but I don't know if that makes a difference.
It doesn't.
I don't think it
It's
does.
a city, that's what I said, if it's a city property, it's different.
Yeah.
You know, it's your own facility.
Right.
That's the tough part.
Well, I don't know what the commission's feeling, if you all have any further questions for Kathy, but I was, if we're gonna dive into lodger's tax at our next budget workshop, it could be also an idea to postpone and kind of look at everything together to see what that budget's looking like, just to be responsible with those funds and see, if we can move some to economic development, maybe there's enough in lodger's tax to balance it around. I don't know, other questions or?
Truly, I mean, to be fair to everybody that's asking, I think we should, but I will add this comment though, Kathy, at least from my perspective, I appreciate the financial disclosures that you do present, because it shows both sides. So many organizations don't do that, and it's a random guess when you're sitting up here as to, well, show me the other side of your organization.
Right.
And we never see that most of the time.
Yeah, and I think it's important for that. I mean, it's something this commission for years, even as interim manager Sagata has indicated, there were many years where he was saying, what do you contribute, to this? And I think through these years, and since we've moved to the facility that we're in, you can see the increase growing. So it's not like we're relying completely on you, but again, I think as many organizations, the operating and being able to pay a salary, utilities, insurance, which those costs continue to increase, your support is greatly appreciated in order to do that, so that we can keep that facility open and available. I mean, I'm sure all of you have been in there at one point or another. The biggest comment we have is that it's a wonderful museum for a small town, and it is. I mean, we're extremely proud of it, and hopefully the community and the city is as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, we are.
It's actually thankful that you are actually asking for just the same number with everything we're facing. Thank you.
Right.
Anything further for Kathy?
So you need a motion to postpone, is that what you want?
I was thinking if that's what we're doing with the others, it might be good to have them all looked at together. Mr. Sagata?
Madam Mayor and Commissioner, since it looks like we're headed that way, I would maybe recommend we listen to the Arts Council and then postpone both of them at once.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata.
Thank you very much for your consideration, appreciate it.
We'll do the Raton Arts and Humanities.
Good evening, again. Obviously, I'm Patricia Duran. I am also the Executive Director for the Raton Arts and Humanities Council. I was put into this by Brenda, so I blame her. But thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and your continued funding support for the arts in Raton. We have been serving in our community for the last 40 years, and our mission is to strengthen the cultural life of Raton through visual arts, performing arts, and arts education. And the Old Past Gallery operates 5 days a week, and I'm always there a lot, as well as our volunteers who contributed 1,560 hours of volunteer work, which totaling, when you look at the statistics, up to $56,000 for free. Last year, our gallery, as well as the museum, we did experience a decrease in visitation, so we had about 1,000 visitors, and that's what I pulled from Placer, and I added in a couple more, probably 50 more people, just in case someone brought a little that didn't have a cell phone, so I added that in there, but half of those visitors actually come from outside of Raton, which is actually pretty interesting, and then half do come from Raton. This last year, every year we present about 10 to 12 art shows, exhibits, whether they're for the youth, for regional artists, specific themes, which are really awesome. We also do cultural programming, like we do the Dia de los Muertos exhibit, as well as we handle the National Dance Institute at the intermediate school, which is happening this Thursday, so I welcome you guys can come in the evening time to that performance. That would be great. We also do a lot of different art exhibits with whatever we can, and right now we're kind of working on a project with Main Street for Dia de los Muertos, and we're also working on bringing in different artists to host those contemporary shows. So this last contemporary show we had with Mauricio Meneses, which is our watercolor connoisseur in here. But since 2012, we had 127 artists in the gallery. In January, this last January, we had 17 schools participate in our youth shows, so we also incorporate the schools with this. And then we also bring live performances to the Schuler Theater. I am a lifetime cruiser. I go on a cruise every year with my family, so having to have a little piece of cruise life where you get to have experience some nightlife, some live music, a comedy show, what have you, I'm always at the Schuler Theater with my family. So we bring those things to Raton. We get grants from the Whitehead Foundation for that. That's about $36,000, and that covers the entire performance arts season for us to bring them in. And as you know, even for our Schuler Theater, for our shows, our attendance is also down, so those ticket sales don't cover that. So we're very thankful for the Whitehead Foundation and Slope Prints for being amazing sponsors. As you know, the grants cover, all of our grants that we get, they cover programming. They don't cover things like salary, administrative costs. They don't cover things like utilities. Our daily gallery operations, they cover just the programming. So whatever money we get, that's what we bring to the community. Once again, we're asking for your continued support of $18,000 a year. We're not asking for more. We would like to keep the gallery open, continue our arts programming, and support tourism, as well as help us expand some educational opportunities. We're working with our board to become a little bit more efficient this year, as well as tracking a lot of our gallery sales. So luckily our gallery sales are covering our utility costs. That's pretty much what it covers. And that is all that I have. But on behalf of the board and our volunteers, thank you so much.
Thank you, Patricia. Any comments or questions for Patricia?
Madam Mayor, I would just like to say that the Arts Council has always been very expedient with giving us financials as well.
Yes, we appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you do for this and for Main Street. Appreciate it. Comments, questions for the commission?
I would move to postpone action on Rogers Tech's non-permanent fund request from the Raton Museum and Raton Arts and Humanities to our next regular commission meeting.
A motion and a second to postpone these two items for the museum and the Arts and Humanities Council to our next commission meeting. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Is everybody still doing okay?
Just a side note, it's always nice when you guys are here, but I'm betting we don't need a report from them at that meeting, right?
Yeah, I don't think we will need a report moving forward. So we have it.
You're
Thank you so
welcome.
much for your reports. They were lovely. We'd love to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely
Madam
welcome
Mayor
to
and
come.
Commission, if there are questions that you feel that you need answered when you meet in your committee, please reach out and I'll be happy to, or prior to your committee meeting, if there's something that you need, I'd be more than happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
keep going, everyone?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Item K, deliberate and act on professional consulting services agreement, third annual renewal between the City of Raton and Better City LLC for economic development services. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, before you is a contract between Better City and the City of Raton. This was originally a 4-year agreement. We are now on the year 3 of the renewal, the final year of renewal. The terms are $8,000 a month. That is the same as years past. And been reminded that we would have to go out for RFP for these services next year. The city would recommend approval on this.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata.
And I believe we have Ann here if there's any questions.
Any questions? Comments or questions from the commission? It looks like on page 6, or 5 and 6, there's a scope of work that has some of the different projects and things of services that are being utilized.
How can we get our money's worth in person?
Correct me, Mr. Manager, there's a line item for this one. It's not out of Lodger's tax.
No, this is not out of Fletcher's tax. Correct, Michael?
This is out of economic development.
Economic development, yes.
All right.
I'm gonna give you
I'm
any
just
more.
getting
I
flinty about the Lodger's
won't
tax.
give you any more Lodger's tax tonight, I promise.
Flinching over here like.
Invite people to town and they can't stay at your house.
Not again.
Okay, so this is out of our economic development fund, that recurring gross receipts tax that we have for these services. Comments or questions from the commission? Anything further?
I would move to approve resolution 2026-24, application to the NM Economic Development Site Readiness Fund for, am I reading the wrong one? I think.
Yes.
I am.
Okay.
Go above.
Okay. I'm like, wait a second.
I would move to approve professional consulting services agreement, third annual renewal between City of Raton and Better City LLC for economic development services.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second for item K, the professional consulting services agreement, third annual renewal with Better City. Any further discussion?
Sorry, I crossed it off too soon.
I've done that before. Any, all in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Madam Mayor, before you started the next one again, once more, we have to get on the phone.
Okay,
The architect is on for the item coming up here shortly.
okay.
I had Desiree hang up on her a while ago. It's my fault.
It's not for this item, though. It's for
No, it's item N.
item N. Okay.
Please enter your participant or moderator code followed by the pound. Please say your name followed by the pound key.
City Commission meeting.
Okay, so we are on item L, deliberate and act on resolution 2026-24, application to the NM Economic Development Site Readiness Fund for the I-25 Frontage Road Industrial Logistics and Highway Commercial Site Readiness Project. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, before you is a resolution to support the application of a $500,000 grant with New Mexico Economic Development Department, their Site Readiness Fund. This would also include a $50,000 in-kind match from the city. The grant would pay to conduct planning and due diligence on city-owned land along the I-25 frontage road, adjacent to but separate from the proposed casino site. The grant fund would fund studies to determine development feasibility, zoning, entitlement needs, environmental constraints, access, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. This is where I'm going to have to apologize to Ann. A question came up last night regarding a letter of support from RPS. So, and I don't know if they've talked to you about it yet.
Yeah, I emailed back and forth to Kathy and Brenda, like a very lengthy explanation of what it's for.
Okay, because it was on my list to call you today, and the day just went crazy. But back to this, the requested letter of support would indicate cooperation, participation, and planning only, with no obligation to construct anything at this time. And I could leave it open to any for any questions for y'all.
Comments, questions from the commission? And if you'd like to come up, thank you very much. Ms. Tice. Thank you.
Mayor, Commission.
So my understanding of this was that it was kind of a statewide thing, that numerous communities were asked to allocate some available properties. Is
Well,
that
yeah,
correct?
so this process started well over a year ago, and we had originally submitted 3 properties. One was a county-owned property, La Mesa Airfield, and then the other 2 are the city-owned properties, the airport property, as well as then this property, the frontage road property. So the only one of the properties that the city owns that was chosen was this property, the I-25 frontage road property. So it's the roughly 100 contiguous acres south of the casino, the Picaris property, underneath there. So yeah, this is one actually went to a statewide commission vote to designate it as an economic development priority for the state. So all of the properties that were, because there was a huge amount of properties that went in the original fund, and then it went to this other committee, and they voted on what they thought would be the best priorities across the state, and they kind of tried to, have things around everywhere around the state. So this one was chosen for its, great location, proximity, and it's, right on the interstate. Unfortunately, the airport property was not chosen at this time. But only those properties that were chosen as a priority were invited to be a part of this next development, or this next grant, so to speak. So, and it is only, it's not construction at all. It is to basically do whatever, you could propose whatever you think you need to advance your site readiness. And it's supposed to align with their recommendations, because we've got this 40-page report on, what they think about the site and what it needs. So the in-kind match is really just, the time it's gonna take for any of our city departments to say, okay, yeah, this is what it would take to get water there. This is what it would take to get, not to do the work, right, but just to essentially have sort of a utility matrix of what is needed to get things to 5 megawatts or to whatever amount of water might be needed by whatever industries are gonna potentially go there. So kind of the way I've laid it out, the idea is that it starts with a feasibility study of things that we have identified would be good for this to invest in that area around, knowing that there may be a casino there in the future. So looking at truck parking, truck stop, truck driving school, logistics and CDL sort of, light manufacturing, any of those kinds of things. And so we do a feasibility study first, look at what industries would be best suited there, and then looking at, okay, what would it take to bring utilities to service those kinds of businesses there? What kind of traffic do we need to consider for? What kind of roads should be there? What would it take to coordinate with DOT to get that done? Just sort of a whole site plan, so that if we want to put this out to attract investors, we have a whole plan there. We say, look, hey, this is going to be perfect for a truck stop or a FedEx distribution or whatever it is that we think should go there. We'll kind of have everything mapped out. We'll know how much it costs, how long it will take, all those kinds of things.
Anything further, Mayor Pro Tem? Other comments, questions? Commissioner?
Does it actually, as the city goes through this and you say see what's available, there's not actually long-term or into the future any kind of commitment the city's making it available? What I'm actually saying is the discussion that we had earlier was 5 megawatts or whatever. If that's not available at some point when this gets developed, because we took this funding doesn't get us into any problem.
No, it's just planning for it. So if we say in the planning process, well, to get to, whatever we want to put there needs 5 megawatts, well, okay, that might take us 5 or 10 years to get to, and $5 million. just to be clear about what that would look like, not to commit to doing that necessarily.
Is there a point where they're wanting the 5 megawatt commitment on it, or could it be less? Because I'm just saying, where we sit right now, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's
Even
really
water and
about,
wastewater would be the same situation. It's so much of that, if you don't know what you're developing for, you don't even know what size line you're gonna extend. I believe this is probably gonna take a lift station. The last thing I'd have is the finger of the land I saw on this map. We probably don't wanna develop that close to an EPA sludge field. That has a setback requirement, and it's some touchy area, and that one finger that goes to the north is against the southern boundary of one and the western boundary of a field that we just started on, and there's some setback requirements, that I believe it's 150 feet.
I think so.
I think it's 50 yards. I mean, it's to where it really squeezes it down, that we have to try to push away from that, because then that site will be there once that's been a sludge field. It's not like it's going to change.
well, I think that would all,
The best thing you want in your area when we're applying wastewater.
yeah, or in the backyard of a casino, maybe, but that's another story. But yeah, I think that's part of this whole planning and feasibility, is that I think we need to really be clear about all of those things. And I have been looking also into, because I've been talking to Jason about the sludge field, and I've done some research, and it looks like there are some remediation plans for sludge fields that other communities have done. So something to consider what we could do with that property potentially in the long term.
And the potential on that, and I guess just from that side, the utility side, is even if you did remediation, we still have to have alternate property to go to. It's not going to change, and if anything happens, the sludge capacity will grow. And as many other communities have found out, you start trying to haul it somewhere, the price tag goes through the roof. That's why you try to stay next to your plant, where it's close and easier to do that with. But that was my only question. As long as if it's from the planning side, that's great, as long as there's not a commitment to it.
Yeah, it's just on the planning side, and hopefully we would be clear on those things. We don't want to put, right, so maybe it makes sense we put like a truck parking lot nearest that, right, and put the truck stop on this side and then the truck parking lot behind it, if that's what it was to be, for example. But I think we would coordinate all of those pieces in this planning process.
That was gonna be my only other comment, Commissioner, is that we can't, at RPS, at their last meeting, we had a great discussion about, we can't ask them to commit to something until they've been at the table to talk about it. So I feel like, and that would really push our capacity right now. So I think if it's just looking at it from a planning perspective, that's a different conversation of what would it take to get enough power to have a FedEx distribution center or something like that.
Yeah,
'Cause I think
exactly.
that's a conversation, because that involves so many moving parts with, who provides our power and what our capacity is and those different things, so.
Yeah, because
And just to follow up what you're saying, is so much of it changes when you put something like this together. Over the last 25 years, it depends on, even on water and wastewater is the same way. What happens between now and the day this is developed as to what excess our capacity's left, that's something a utility on both sides has to look at continually, to where that was the only question I had on commitment. I think it is a good site. It's going to be, the only other question I had is, had they thought about the land to the north of the casino, which has Hereford frontage? Because we've talked about a spec building or several things over the years there. There's still a piece of land on the north side of it that fronts on that road right there.
that's city-owned?
It's city-owned. We at once owned Hereford all the way to the south fence at that's, and actually the land of the site. So there's a piece on the north side. I don't believe the Pickery's on the casino goes all the way to Hereford. There's a piece of land in there about the size of that corner we don't own. So that whole strip, actually the county jail's parking on part of it. It's city-owned. They have some of their vehicles there. And I mean, so they've kind of worked that. That's good frontage also would be for some sort of development.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I think because of, we had gone through the site selection process and that piece of land wasn't identified in this, it was just below it. I think it was my understanding, like, because we met with all the utilities, Public Works Director, City Manager, and City Engineer, and that was not identified in this process. They said to keep it at the kind of acreage below on the south side. But maybe for the for future purposes.
Yeah, well, and honestly, from that side, I guess I was bringing it up, is just for all your dealings, it'd be some knowledge there is.
Yeah, no, it's good to definitely know that there's land there that
It has frontage and easier utility access right there.
Yeah, and also, and this has nothing to do with this project, but just to be clear, we've talked about that casino property. It has not completely gone into transfer to be owned by the Pickeries. It's still owned by the city. So, just so people understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you, and any comments?
You can be on the planning and the committee for this process if we get the grant.
Nominated to the subcommittee? Campbell accepts that? No. Further comments, questions about this item? Okay, I would entertain a motion on Resolution 2026-24. Thank you, Ann.
I shall move for the, see, where are we at?
Bell.
L.
Long agenda.
Yeah, Resolution 2026-24, application to the New Mexico Economic Development Site Readiness Fund for the I-25 Frontage Road Industrial Logistics and Highway Commercial Site Readiness Project.
Second.
Motion a second for the adoption of Resolution 2026-24 for this site readiness project application. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item M, deliberate and act on the consensus planning statement of work for GIS, API, and AI mapping in support of the Brownfields program, planning and zoning, enforcement, etc. Mr. Scott.
Mayor and Commission, before his proposal to hire Consensus Planning to improve how it collects, manages, and uses our property data, be it commercial, residential, and undeveloped, using GIS, APIs, and AI tools. The goal is to support economic development, revitalization, and better decision-making. We do have Cynthia here if she would like to answer any questions, or certainly probably has more expertise in this than I do.
Thank you, Mr. Scotto. Cynthia, if you'd like to come up. Comments, questions from the commission?
Mayor and Commissioners, I'll just open by saying this is a critical time in visibility for municipalities like ours. If we are not AI discoverable to site selectors and real estate developers and location executives, our ability to bring new businesses into the region drops dramatically. In addition to that, we have a significant amount of manual work that goes into mapping-related activities in the city. So the goal of this initiative is to make the city more self-sufficient in relation to GIS and API and AI-related mapping. You'll see in the statement of work a fair amount of commitment to training municipal personnel so that we don't need to rely on outside parties as much in the future. In addition, there are solutions available right now because of the development of AI, solutions like ReSimplify, like Flyer View, like Site Hunt, like Lasso, that are designed to make us more visible, and we don't have the subject matter expertise to know how to weave these together to maximize our visibility. So that is the purpose of this initiative. We need updates, simple updates on extraterritorial regions of the city. We have new properties that need to be remapped. Even the city limits need remapping. So that's the intent of the statement of work. It's across departments and prioritizing things that are costing us money first.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the commission?
Is it possible for some of our present staff to be trained to be able to?
Yes, and that is one of the primary objectives of this statement of work, is to transfer all capabilities to city personnel, with the exception of any apps that we end up subscribing to.
So this is not a recurring request, this is a one-time,
One-time.
one-year request? Is this something that planning and zoning and code enforcement came to you, that they were interested in doing this, that they have it as a priority in their departments?
It is a priority in their department. We all came to the conclusion that we need to do this. Part of that was our work on the brownfields. So in the brownfields, we really need a citywide inventory of commercial properties that are appropriate for brownfields phase 1 assessments or phase 2. And while we were looking at that, some of the inefficiencies in our dealings with property boundaries and properties generally became apparent to all of us. So this is across departments. It has the support of Jaden Welch, of George Riley, support from me, support from Ann.
How does this parallel with what the county presently is doing or not doing?
That is an excellent question. So we have made repeated attempts to sit down with the county. They have said they're receptive to that, to make sure there's no overlap between the direction we go on this and what they're doing. At the same time, we know there are some, we would like to have complete, accurate, and precise data for every property in the city, and some of the precision that's lacking may be lacking at the county level. So we will be working with them to try to get them to carry the weight of any inaccuracies at the county level while we're addressing things that they don't address.
But I mean, presently, they don't have.
They don't
this
have what.
GIS capability.
They do have GIS capabilities, but they're not aimed at the same things we're trying to do here. And as I mentioned, we've reached out to them. They are intending to get with us to make sure that we're perfectly dovetailed on what we're doing here, and neither party is stepping on the other's toes.
Well, I guess what I'd like to, I mean, I'll state the obvious that their market share is our market share. So I mean,
We did spend considerable time, and I'm not sure if this is what you're getting at, so forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth. We don't want to pay for something that is a county responsibility. They don't want to pay for anything that is our responsibility. So we're trying to ensure that we get those boundaries correct. There's more emphasis and reliance on GIS now than there ever has been before. It is more important to our organizational and community and economic development. So we would like to get this started. You'll see that the beginning phases of this are identifying the urgent and important activities from a GIS perspective. GIS is such a broad issue that we have to start by what has to get done right away and what isn't stepping on their toes.
well, and I'm a little naive to what this exactly is, but so the county was pursuing this for their property assessments?
Right. And they're responsible for saying where the boundaries are for properties, which may or may not be complete, accurate, and precise.
Well, and this is where I'm going though, is they assess within the city boundaries of any municipality. So some of this work has already been done by them.
Whatever work they have already done, we will not repeat. What we are trying to do is figure out the GIS data sources and pull those sources in so we can get a complete picture. You asked the question before about what businesses have come into the region, and one of the ones that we are at very high risk of losing that had already decided they were going with us was an international company that was looking for a particular site, and we did not have complete, accurate, and precise information on that property. We had an individual visiting from abroad, and they had a consultant in Albuquerque. They came up on multiple occasions to look at this property, and when we got down to the wire and they had already picked us over other locations, we discovered that there were unique aspects to that property that made it not suitable for them. So we don't want to repeat that. It is it's difficult for the companies coming in, and it's not pleasant for us either. So that's why we need to get this done. We don't want that to happen.
So has the county been willing to share with what they already have?
The county has been going through a lot of pressure, so when we have reached out, they have consistently said, yes, we're happy to meet with you. Can we revisit this on this date? Yes, we're happy to meet with you. Let's revisit in this date. There's no resistance, in my opinion. I would share if there were. I think they're happy to work with us and just overwhelmed.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess one of the questions I have is I guess this is the professional services agreement where they've said, are we really confident that consensus planning would be the best one to kind of do this for us?
They're a proven entity in our region. Whether they're the best, I can't say, right? What I can say is they have experience identifying what different communities need. They're good at consensus planning, and they have an existential need to master this domain, as do we. And so we're both highly motivated to make Raton an extraordinary example of the best possible use of GIS solutions.
And I guess just two other quick questions. One is, where would we put something like this in the budget or whatever as far as? Mayor and Commissioner Campbell, I believe we could fit this in economic development.
That's what we're anticipating.
I guess my question would be, the total, but we're talking about possibly subscribing to some things. Is that going to be a recurring cost? And do we have an estimate how much that would be going?
Yeah, I put together a budget that you guys may or may not have seen that has the kinds of solutions like Resimplify and Flyer View, and those would be in addition to this.
That was my other question is, what are the recurring ones? If possibly some apps or even having to update some of our software, possibly even, different computers or whatever. Once we go down this road, have we kind of looked at what those other expenses might turn into?
Yeah. So I have a budget tool that I have shared with Michael Ann. It has on and off switches, so it makes it there. These items are line item there. If you uncheck that box, it pulls out of the total. And so we have the ability to dial into the ones that are going to be most valuable. Ann and I just went through an experience where we were looking at the whole AI enablement area is moving very quickly. And so it's very important for us to have subject matter experts at the table, because we can see something that's a tremendous cost savings for the city relative to the manual processes, but there may be another solution that a subject matter expert knows of that's a fraction of the cost of that already cost-saving solution. And that's why we want the help of subject matter experts like consensus planning.
Yes, my comment, any further comments? My comment would be, as we do have a budget workshop coming up, I really would like to see the Economic Development Fund, and especially if we're looking at potentially moving some of our partners into that, see what it's generating. And I know you can probably answer some of those questions, but I'd like to actually see see the spreadsheets, whatever you're looking at, if that could potentially be part of the budget workshop.
Absolutely.
And we could wait. I would rather wait on this decision. It seems like there's a lot of new things I'd like to learn a little more about it. So I think you've done a great job presenting it. I very much appreciate that.
And I really would like to, because I don't, at least I missed it or whatever, just look at possibly what you projected of some of this might be our additional cost to, upgrade some of our apps and everything else is going to come at somewhat of a cost. Making sure we're ready to do this and that we're successful at it.
Yeah, we want to be on board for whatever it is.
Yeah, I think in the budgeting process, the thing that maybe, and believe me, I have sort of a wish list of AI discoverable, AI discoverable tools, and it really is going to require a tremendous amount of discernment to figure out which of these amazing tools are going to be the ones that give us the best lift.
So I guess kind of to the mayor's point, We need that information. But you need to give me the 5th grade version of what this is doing and why it's good for me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would almost recommend the 4th grade version.
Ouch.
I'm just kind of simple.
I didn't say
You
it.
can sell me a horse, but just describe the horse, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Mayor, and just for general purpose comments, the league is making a big investment into AI this year.
Yeah. Like it or not, it's,
Like it or not, it's here, it's coming.
it's a tool that's gonna be used increasingly by other people, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand that basic concept for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
I will entertain a motion. What are the wishes of the commission on item M?
I will move that we postpone the consensus planning statement of work for GIS, API, and AI mapping in support of the Brownfields program, planning and zoning enforcement until our budget workshop.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second to postpone item M, this statement of work for GIS, API, and AI mapping until after our budget workshop.
Yeah, I have a question to clarify what he was saying. Probably would be after our budget workshop till our next meeting, like we did on the other items.
Till the next
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll amend that motion to be at the next meeting. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to item N, deliberate and act on, does anyone need a break?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Apologies, Marty. And we will come back at 8:15-ish.
15.
There we go. Because I could use a little break too. Thank you, Mayor.
That was official mayor statement.
That ish. Ish.
Oh, I'm gonna actually use a 3rd grade explanation.
I wanted to tell her that when she started off with that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't send it to me.
Damn, lady, come on. Dan and I are standing here looking like, what?
Yeah, what is that for the keys?
Okay, I'm at the tourist.
David failed to give this to me earlier.
If you're chasing all the details she has, I would keep all the pictures that one home run and it suddenly all worked. She has reached out to it and we've had some close inquiries just for this sort of thing. Somebody's gotta be doing it. And I'm with you. Stretch the legs. Presentation when I'm like, whew, I'm confused. I'm like,
Look at,
Neil, I'm gonna go for the 2nd grade version.
well, but you know, my thing is like, see, as long as somebody's following that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because I just,
That's true.
I just remember that
Yeah,
rumor that
actually,
was
we
going
may have
around
several
years ago about Cabela's had looked at that time.
Yeah, that's not.
And it's like, it never happened. But it took Joe Patchy and I both to confirm that it's like, they never looked.
The myths grow like crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, they do.
Mark.
Like I said, so many we don't live. And it's so much of it is, I understand.
let me get us going.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back in session at 8:16. That's 8:15-ish for the rest of you. We're moving on to item N, deliberate and act on recommendation of award for the Kearney Film School Project Phase 1B. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, in your packet, you have a recommendation for award for the Kearney Film School Phase 1B. You have an explanation in your packet along with some detailed spending. What this is to get us an operational, or closer to an operational film production studio. Includes major upgrades such as the new HVAC, three-phase electrical, soundproofing, lighting grid, structural modifications, exterior repairs, and that. The initial bid came in at just over 2.6. In the short time since we got that, Jaden has been able to whittle down over $200,000, so we're looking at a cost of $2,459,962. This hopefully will get what we need done in the studio part minus equipment. So we do have the architects on the phone if you do have any questions for Alicia. And I would recommend approval, as you know, this is the project that has developed a second and third life, and we just need to keep plowing ahead and getting this done.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata. Is this still within the grant funding?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like there's the base bid total, but then there's that GRT that puts it at 2.681,400. Is that on that last page? So is that still the total?
I believe that's the total for this bid. That's what was on here.
With the GRT.
But like I said, Jaden has reduced it by about 200,000 and might have some insight to that. I don't know. No, she's kind of got that look, deer in the look headlights.
This is the first time I'm seeing this detail.
Okay.
I've been part of the discussions of what we'd like in it.
Yeah. So, but I know he has been in discussions with Frank, and I know they have shaved off about 200,000.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Comments, questions from the commission?
I do believe, just looking at this, maybe has, the 2,459 is actually the base bid total, and GRT gets it to 2,681. I guess I'd be curious if it's 200,000 off of that, but either way, it's within what we have.
Yes.
Grant-wise.
Yes.
I guess the other question, I've got a couple of questions, but the answer is there any funding left for equipment afterwards?
Not a lot.
I mean, no, there's not going to be, because this alone is, I think we're going to be at like over 5 million between these two phases. And we've spent 400,000 on equipment so far, like 450,000. And then the V-Hills charges, so I don't think there would be very much. There certainly won't be enough for.
I guess if the grant's fully expended, I'm not saying we're not gonna do it, but I mean, at that point, we have equipment and everything else. Do we have a facility that can do anything?
Mr. Campbell and Mayor, this is another discussion we're gonna have Wednesday night. This project is quite a long way, quite a ways along here, and we need to see what we can do to get us to completion. So.
Is there, sorry, anything?
Don't know if that answered your question directly or not, but.
And then I guess just looking at this right here, I'm just, I did say it has three-phase. I'm sure RPS has been consulted on getting three-phase there. Once you start going down this road, if we're in trouble, and I guess this is a discussion probably at budget time, but just thinking out loud, two questions I have. I know it addresses the elephant door. There's several ways to address a large access door. Are we sure that's what has to happen expense-wise? And number two, it requires a generator? I mean, it is, you know, you're talking, those two items alone are, you know, several $100,000, and it's just, if we're on a close budget, are those things that could be addressed later, or, you know, I mean, depending on what the facility is, so many things don't have a generator backup, I mean.
And Mayor and Mr. Campbell, Commissioner Campbell, I believe their priority would be the doors.
Right.
And then, yeah, I'm in kind of an agreement with you on the generator. I would consider that a wish list.
It's $120,000, could we put that toward equipment?
Just to be clear, like if we're gonna get really expensive equipment to put in there, like if we have one power failure, it could like fry the equipment. There has to be a generator to back up this equipment. Now, so it just depends. I mean, yeah, if we're not gonna get any of the equipment, then yes, I get that that's a moot point, but we do, if we get equipment, we have to have that backup
Right.
because if the power goes out, it's.
My question would be exactly that, is there's multiple ways to protect your equipment. I would hope the generator is usually gonna be a transfer switch that has a delay. Your power outage already cut it out.
Yeah.
Even the hospital, it lags and switches over. That shouldn't damage your equipment. I mean, it's no different than what we're looking at fully PLC controlled sewer plant. It drops, has a wait of about 30 seconds, generator kicks on and everything comes back up gradually, but it's all got backup protection on every piece of equipment because any generator can't be as fast as the power outage. You're gonna have that happen.
So there also has to be a UPS in line, so there'll be a UPS and then it kicks over the generator.
Right. And that's what I said, the UPS anyways, the generator's just to take you for that time period. If you have a UPS in line, it's no different than a lot of other places. You can ride out quite a bit of time, 100 and something thousand, you know. I'm just saying it's trying to squeeze this budget to make sure you can get equipment that makes it operational.
And
It's just a question.
And I guess to kind of pile on to what Commissioner Campbell already, going through to me, if we can't do this simultaneously, equipment and the building repairs, this gives me heartburn to think we would have a building remodeled and we can't equip it at all. So to me, it's like either cut our losses short, but I mean, when I go through this thing, okay, I can see window repair, but I can't see replacement. The money's not there for it. And then, so the electrical, is that the primary and secondary? And is it dead leg three-phase or is it true three-phase? Because there is a difference.
Architects online, if you want to ask questions.
Just 2-3 phase, if RPS is dropping a new transformer there,
Well, but I mean, if their primary can't handle it, if there wasn't three-phase in that residential neighborhood, it'll be a dead leg three-phase. But electrical coordination studies, the electrical engineer should have took care of this. Well, why are we paying for a study on a study? And I assume that the gravel and weed barrier had already been put in when they regraded it, but apparently not.
That is for the front of the building, and I think that's one of the things that we've kind of negotiated out.
But yeah, until I see a list of the equipment to equip that studio, I'd like to postpone this thing. There's no point going further with this unless we know there's enough money to equip it.
Jason, would you like to make a comment?
Not willing to jump in the fire too much, but unfortunately Jaden can't be here tonight. He's traveling to Silver City. I believe the gist of what Jaden was asking for this evening was a contingent request of not to exceed the proposed value to allow him the opportunity to value engineer this. I know in just brief conversations with Jaden that things like landscaping, those are first off the list. I think the generator is kind of a back and forth. Commissioner Campbell makes valid points in that. There's electrical conductor types that could produce cost savings in the magnitude of $20,000 to $25,000. But speaking to the broader issue of finishing without equipment, from a city perspective, we're halfway down the road and we've got EDA funds, and us as an organization are gonna be on the hook for this thing for 20 years. So from the first inception of the project, folks like Michael and myself have expressed, if it's gonna be a city asset, we have to have an asset that if it ever came back into our ownership would be structurally stable and worth having. So it's too late to pull the plug. We can't get 50% in because we already have committed to the 20-year terror of the federal government for accepting the first dollar. What we would hope to accomplish is Jaden to value engineer as much out of the 2.7 to salvage as much of the equipment budget as possible. Ann's looked at some potential equipment grants, but we can't really run the process simultaneously without, we know where every bad thing that happens steals from the equipment budget. It's been that way from day one. Every HVAC issue, every structural stability issue, but from a city perspective, to not get to the finish line on the building would be catastrophic for us. I mean,
Well, I think that's our problem, is the definition of completed building. This number needs to be half or less. Here again, if we don't have a functioning studio, we don't have anything. So, I mean, that's kind of the point that has been all down the pike with this, but we're bleeding on this thing.
Do we have any idea of what equipment would cost?
Thank you, that's what I was
You
gonna
know,
ask.
maybe just basic, just to have something we could start with?
those are conversations that exist outside of the realm of knowledge, just to try to, I would just step in and deliberate kind of our staff's perspective on building improvements and where we're at. And what I know in brief conversations with Jaden about what he is looking to value engineer, I can't really speak to the equipment budget, the needs. Perhaps Ann, Michael, and somebody may have better knowledge. It's the money pit, but it's not unexpectedly the money pit in the sense that, you know, we got a building for free that's whatever, 50,000 square feet. It's historic, it's old, and it needed work when we got in there. So, you know, I mean, there's pitfalls that were predictable. We were gonna stub our toe on. I mean, you know, and we're trying to do things on the cheap, which is, I respect that. That's kind of the Jason way of doing things, but you run into things like boilers that, you know, the current code requires makeup air. You know, they're not letting us do things in the way that we would have liked to have done them, and the more time that's lapsed, the more expensive things have gotten. But ultimately, you know, I mean, we go on hand to have a successful studio. That's the goal. What it takes to get across that finish line, I don't know. I just know from Michael and having to report on this structure, we're required to have this structure in use for economic development for something like 2 decades. So that means we have to get to the finish line of getting a certificate of occupancy, whether that has the film studio in it or not equipment-wise. We're right now in an unoccupiable building if we don't get farther down the road with this thing.
I think we bleed more if we don't finish it because we've accepted those federal dollars.
Yeah, we're on the hook for those federal.
We're on the hook, so we would bleed more if we did not proceed.
Ideally, we're successful either in-house or externally finding investment grants, whatever it takes to get the first phase of equipment open and be successful, and then have a running film studio where we can ask for additional money as upgrade, something like that. It's getting harder to ask for more money when you haven't got an end product yet, but it is a challenge.
I'm going to share a story. So before Jason was involved with the school board, my wife was president of the school board, and the presentation that was made to the school at the time this project was taken on, it was supposed to be locally sourced. A lot of locally sourced stuff, so like the painting done locally, even volunteers or students or whatever. That's what's blown this up, is it was bait and switch. What was presented is not what we're getting. But I still go back to this thing of we're gonna look like fools. We have a building done and it's not producing anything. So I still wanna see that equipment number. You know, but like I said, their budget engineering isn't enough. They gotta get drastic. When they had 60% drawings, I had told them then that we didn't have enough money, but we proceeded. So like the door replacement, the window replacement, by Raton standards, those things aren't old, but when we have our architectural services, they're running with an unlimited budget, this is what we're getting. You know, like I said, I mean, I would press hard down on this thing and whatnot. That number, that 2.6, even 2.4, it needs to be in half.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have the architect on the phone if you have any questions for the architect.
I'm waiting for his comment.
She, what's the name?
I'm not sure. I don't even know if she was.
On your phone.
I don't think I have.
And may I ask, do you have a rough estimate of the equipment budget that you guys had started with? I know things change.
Well, the original budget, it was supposed to be half for equipment, roughly $3 million for construction and $3 million for equipment. And we've spent, like I said, less than $500,000. So we haven't gone back and done new pricing in the last couple months, because we've worn the vendors out at this point with not big purchases, but when we're getting closer, we could, get another estimate. But I mean, I think just the LED wall and that piece of it, I mean, that's.
Thank you for that, appreciate that.
Alicia.
Alicia, are you on the phone with us?
Mayor, Commissioner, yes, I'm here, and I also have the principal architect, Vicente Castillo. We're both representing Beagle and Associates.
Thank you. We would appreciate any comments you have on our discussion tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry I don't know who's speaking, but to the cost estimate and cost of the project portion, during design, we did notify in meetings and going over design that our estimates were over budget, but we were instructed to move forward at that time with people that were involved at that time. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's there in the room right now or speaking, but that's the direction we were given at that time. So we did move forward. And I appreciate Jason's comments, because I do know that with federal funds that you do have to use them or you'll end up having to pay them back. So I believe that moving forward and having a building where you can get additional grants or some kind of funding for any equipment that has not already been purchased. And, everything's going to be ready to go when we're done with this, as far as our HVAC for the portion of building in Phase 1B that we're preparing, that the existing gym area and adjacent spaces. So it will be ready to receive equipment. I'm not sure if that addresses statements or if anyone else has any other questions that I can maybe try to help clarify.
Thank you, Alicia. This is Mayor Chatterley. Any further comments or questions from the commission for the architects?
I voiced mine.
I guess my fear is, I know we do have to go forward because of the grant money, but $2.5 million for equipment, that's not going to be easy to find. So I mean, there's a lot of money being spent on this that's based on that end goal. I guess it begs the question if it's just a building and that's not what's going to happen. everything from the door, elevator door, several things you can add up that goes to 400,000 real quickly. If we're not gonna ever get to the end, does it make sense whether we have that or not? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm just saying, a $2.5 million grant for equipment is gonna be hard to find.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further, Mr. Scotto?
Mayor and Commission, yeah, this project has been over budget from the beginning, as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out. Don't really know where you point the fingers other than maybe oversight at the time of conception and that, but also in fairness, when this was first bid, it was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
And then when we got back and started getting into the nuts and bolts of this, prices doubled, tripled in some cases. So the initial budget was probably pretty close, and the grant money that we received probably would have covered the project at those prices. But once we all came out of COVID, we know what it was like getting equipment and getting prices on things. Not trying to make excuses, but that's one of the realities.
Thank you, Mr. Scotto.
Yeah, that is, you are correct, that is the truth. I mean, it's exactly the reason the Water Trust Board legislature has funding on, funding a project and get it done quickly, because a lot has changed in the last 5 years. And you started on this, maybe it was a real number, but with what construction's done, essentially everything has doubled at least.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern is that this is a money pit. We've been dealing with a money pit. We've been dealing with inflation. We've been dealing with the crazy slow process of government and this whole thing and all the different loan processes with the different entities with the federal government and whatnot. And that we are on the hook for those funds that have already been expended, and reverting funds is very difficult. Paying back those funds would be impossible. And
So
it's a very hard decision.
What's the outcome if this building gets finished with nothing in it? Because the way the grant was written, it was a film studio, not a remodeled elementary school.
Right.
But actually,
It's been a film school.
It was a workforce development training center. So yes, film and media was sort of at the head of it, but it had workforce development center in there. And through the education committee, I've been working further to push forward, broadening that scope to technology. We're doing after school programs and cybersecurity and AI and robotics right now. So, we're broadening the scope of that. And originally, when we first presented this, we had also talked about building in the trades to it, because the trades also support the film industry, construction, set design, all of those things, electrical, all those things go together. So there is, I think we can potentially find more money to finish the building in other parts of the building, looking at broadening the workforce development and the post-secondary options that don't exist in this community, at all. So I think that that's the best path forward in terms of finding more funding. But, I am worried about what you're saying, Commissioner Campbell, about the equipment, because it is, I do a lot of grant writing here, and equipment is the hardest thing to come by. So I don't know if we have a sit down with some of the past people that we've gotten funding from, and they know how, things just skyrocketed. I mean, really, they've actually quadrupled construction costs, quadrupled, since we started this in 2021.
Does that answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem? That it's still underneath the application, that we would still be fulfilling that? We just don't have the money, I would call it the money-making end, but like the film studio end of things. So.
Well, I guess that's what I'm focused on, is a revenue stream. Without one, it's
I'm gonna go out on a limb and have faith that we can find some money for equipment. I think we can just keep being persistent. I truly believe that the studio can be operational. It's gonna be a heavy lift. It's gonna be a heavy lift, but I think we can get there and maybe start earning some money with it. But I do appreciate what Ann and her crew is doing about expanding the possibilities of the building, especially with the trade school. Mark, you know how that industry is almost non-existent in our area, so.
Well, but I guess, and it always works in the back of my mind, the city wound up buying a building on Park Avenue that was supposed to be a learning center. And now it houses our zoning people and our engineering guy. Very little of a learning center still exists there. But it's almost kind of redundant because the high school still has some vocational programs and whatnot that are dual credit, you know, so it's like we're doing another something like that.
I think what this is looking at, you know, what this project is looking at is vocational arts that are not being addressed at the high school. And, you know, we've got, on the educational committee, we've got Christy Medina on that, so that we're not duplicating but working together.
Okay, so for example, like the construction trades that she just mentioned, I taught that as dual credit, as an adjunct with Luna and Chloe.
Right.
So, I mean, well, but then I've been
And also
sitting
they
in,
can only serve students that are in Raton High School. You can't serve any that are outside of the high school, who dropped out, or who graduated.
so the program that Seth Ward is advocating through Association of General Contractors.
Well, what they're doing is just computer programs right now. It's not dual credit. They are doing the NCCR, but it's a computer-based, they're not doing hands-on construction.
Because he's telling me that it's dual credit for Santa Fe Community College and one other institution.
That's not what the high school's told the education.
I think we've spent a lot of time on this
Yeah.
item. I think we're ready to move forward. Jason, did you have a comment? I know you were about to say
I was
something.
just going to state the simple answer is our commitment through the EDA funding is that this building be used for economic development activities going forward, not specific to film or anything else. If we ended up with this building and everyone else walked away from it, we'd have an obligation to put an economic development activity in this building immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
So Mayor, he just answered my question. If none of this fits, all we have to do is to satisfy the grant funds is have a tenant in there of some kind. And it probably doesn't include a timeline. If we have a finished building that's ready to do something, if we can't do that, we find someone else that can go in the building because we're committed at this point. No
I
go
certainly
back.
hope the project that we have planned works out with this
Right.
building. Yeah, definitely. But I understand that. Thank you for the information on the parameters. Yeah. Okay, what is the wish of the commission on item N?
I would move to approve the recommendation of award for the Kearney Film School Project Phase 1B.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the recommendation award for the Kearney Film School Project Phase 1B. Anything further from the commission? All in favor, please vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Please notate Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield's nay vote. Thank you, motion carries. Moving on to item O, deliberate and act on recommendation of award for the 2026 chip seal project utilizing City of Farmington piggyback procurement for NMDOT grant HW2LP 40072. Mr. Scott.
Mayor and Commission, the city recommends the award of the 2026 chip seal project. This is a TPF grant project for a total cost of $612,751.60. Our match is 5% with a $20,000 cost overrun factored in. City recommends approval, and Mr. Phillips is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, is there anything you'd like to share with us on this item?
Mayor and Commission, essentially, we've got transportation project funding in the amount of $594,232. The shortfall is going to end up $18,519. Visiting with Michael Ann, our first goal would be gas tax, but we've talked about success eventually is going to catch up with us. I had originally thought that we would push this project out, have longer time to accrue gas tax, but we have the opportunity to jump on the schedule in a short notice, knowing that there is massive inflation in emulsified asphalt markets right now. So American Road Maintenance has offered us the ability to piggyback off this Farmington agreement. It's at a price that we will not see anytime in the future. Originally, we're slotted to be as early as September, if not pushed off till next spring. But the time to go is now. So, in fairness, at their own risk, American Road Maintenance has mobilized in anticipation of the start of this project. At their own risk, there's no gun to your head to approve it, other than me begging that we approve it so I can start chip sealing as soon as Monday. Crews are out actively preparing these streets. We began the prep work last fall you'll see the quote is listed at 100,000 square yards. It's actually 50,000 square feet of double lift, so it's by far the best bang for the buck we're gonna get. It's spread throughout town. A lot of it's Calle de Luna, Calle Ribe, that area of town. The entire extent of State Street will receive a double course of chip seal. A little bit of work on Woodrow and Hereford, a little bit of mop up on Sagebrush and Meadow Lane. Streets that are killing us maintenance wise. It's an investment to stop us from having to routinely patch these streets over and over again. So I would recommend approval and stand for any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Is that shortfall, is the plan to bring that out of general reserve?
I think we would go gas tax first, and if we feel like we can't get there, we would come and ask for general fund reserves. Ultimately, I mean, to have 50,000 into a $595,000 project is turning water into wine, so I think we should take that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
How many linear miles of roadway? And it doesn't have to be exact, just
I would just be lying. I mean, the streets average between 22 and 26 feet. I mean, I can rattle off every street that we're doing, but to put a figure there, I mean, it's Sagebrush and Meadow are about 600 feet a piece. I want to say State Street is in the thousands, maybe 6,000 feet. Calle de Luna, and kind of why these streets are there. The Calle de Luna and Calle Arriba area, those people came, it was not an assessment district, we had already given up on that, but they did a cost sharing agreement, and the thought was in 10 years we would get to them, and it's been closer to 30. Sagebrush and Meadow Lane were a millings construction project that we did probably 20 years ago now, with the intention of coming back sooner. They're not assessed streets in the sense of what we've done on the west side where those were assessed. State Street is, I believe, that same right after SAD 19 failed, property owners came and combined, and they are just where we spend a lot of time. Linear footage wise, I mean, a couple miles probably at best, but.
Anything further from the commission? Entertain a motion.
Recommend award 2026 chip seal project utilizing City of Farmington piggyback procurement for NMDOT grant HW2LP40072. Anything we can do with the streets is good.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second for item O. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Jason. Item P, deliberate and act on rescind recommendation of award for the demolition at 220 North 4th Street. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, the city recently solicited bids to demolish a structure at 220 North 4th Street. The awardee was McGill Enterprise LLC, but after issuing the notice of award, it was discovered that McGill Enterprises LLC does not meet the requirements to be a prime contractor for this project and does not have a valid license issued by NMCID. Because these requirements are non-negotiable, we cannot proceed with finalizing that contract. So we're recommending that the commission rescind this award. We've also discovered that any work over $25,000, a bid bond should have been required, and that the scope of work should specify that a contractor's license is required, including proof of registration with CID. And we will make sure that is done going forward. So as a result, we're recommending it's in the best interest of the city to reject all the bids for that project and do a formal sealed, put out a new formal sealed bid for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Comments and questions from the commission? All right.
I recommend we rescind the award of demolition of 2020 North 4th Street.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for item P, the rescission of the award for the demolition at 2020 North 4th Street. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Item Q, deliberate and act on fiscal year 26 audit services recommendation and authorization to contract with selected firm. Mr. Scott.
Mayor and Commission, the recommendation before you is the award of audit services for fiscal year 26, and Michael Ann is here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Antonucci.
Mayor and Commission, I've prepared for you in your packet is a recommendation for audit services for FY26. You will recall last year we did a formal RFP probably in April. We didn't get any proposals, so then we had to go out for a second solicitation, and then we finally entered into a contract. We did receive one response to that solicitation, and we entered into the contract in July. So consequently, missing the May 15th deadline to contract for audit services is an automatic audit finding. So despite our audit not being finished, I did miss a call from the auditor today, and I apologize. I kind of wanted to give you guys kind of an estimate of a timeline on that, but I'll touch base with them on in the morning. That is our highest priority, is to get this wrapped up, submitted to the state auditor, and get that approved. But we still do have the May 15th deadline to contract. So when we did the solicitation last year, we did request that they submit a 3-year cost proposal. I've attached that so that you could see it progressively gets more expensive. Year 2 is $103,500, and plus GRT, it comes out to $111,391.88. So that would be our recommendation for approval.
The delay in them having their audit prepared, was that of our doing or their doing?
I think a lot of it was on us because we started the audit process later. Then we had the federal shutdown in November. They did grant an extension to the December 15th deadline, and so we were extended to January 20th, but then we missed that deadline. We also, the extension was related to the single audit test work as well. So we did have a little bit of delay in getting the single audit completed. And so like right now, we're pretty well wrapped up what they need from us. That's just the preparation of the financial statements. There are some new GASB pronouncements the last couple of years that have been a little bit more difficult for us related to leases, subscription-based services, and then a new one related to compensated absences. And so we literally had to go back probably 4 years and regenerate Excel spreadsheets through payroll records, splitting out sick and vacation because all of our spreadsheets in prior years were combined. So that took a tremendous amount of work on our payroll. HR and Tara and Giacomo assisted as well. So we finally got that submitted, and it's just so not to make excuses, but yeah, there's just been a lot of additional work. Now this firm This would be, difficult in the first year, even though we're reestablishing a relationship with a firm that did do our audit for several years. The first year is always harder. My hope would be that once we get a contract in place, we could start the audit test work in June. That's kind of critical for RPS and water because some of the difficulties they had was tying back an inventory to a June 30 balance. And so if they could start that test work in June, that process should go a little bit easier. And then
Your opinion, you're happy with what they provided for year one? So,
yeah, no, overall, I think I'm happy with the firm. And like I said, they, kind of the lead auditor is the same one that we worked with years ago. I mean, they do have some new staff, but I think we have a good working relationship with them, and I hope that year two goes a little bit smoother.
Anything further from the commission? Thank you, Michael Ann.
Sure.
I'd entertain a motion on item Q.
I'll move that we approve FY 26 audit services recommendation and authorization. Contract with selected firm. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to continue to contract with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item R, deliberate and act on dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Town of Springer. Mr. Sagat.
Mayor and Commission, before you is a dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Town of Springer in the amount of $32,004 per year, and that would be paid in two installments. This is something that has been going on for quite a while. The city would recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata. Any comments, questions from the commission?
So far, both sides have been happy with the services rendered.
I haven't received any complaints on my end, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is this the same continuing price or?
This, I believe, is the same price.
I would move to approve dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Town of Springer.
Second.
Motion a second to approve the dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Town of Springer. I just wanted to make one other comment that I believe it was a couple years ago, we kind of looked at all the different towns and made sure that each one for the services we're doing was fair compensation and adjusted those
It was
rates.
2 years ago that we upped everybody's rate.
Thank you. Anything further from the commission? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We'll move on to item S, deliberate and act on dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Village of Cimarron. Same thing, Mr. Smith?
Same thing, Mayor. This one is for $22,000 per year to be paid in two payments. Again, we have not received any complaints, and the city recommends approval.
I would recommend that we approve the dispatch agreement between the City of Raton and the Village of Cimarron.
Second.
Motion a second for item S. The dispatch agreement between Raton and Cimarron. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item T, deliberate and act on a memorandum of understanding between the City of Raton and Colfax County.
Mayor and Commission, before you is an MOU with the county for their contribution actually towards the EMS services. Primarily for this money will go towards the new ambulance that should be delivered in the next couple of months, and it's in the amount of $40,000. The city would recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Scotta. Any comments or questions from the commission?
I will move to approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Raton and Colfax County.
Second.
Motion is second for item F, the MOU with Colfax County. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item U, City Manager Report. Mr. Sagata.
Mayor and Commission, in respect of time, I will try to cut this in half.
Thank
That's
you.
what I want to hear.
cut. 2 weeks ago, I attended the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund retreat and Ruidoso budget retreat. Just some highlights. Property rates continue to rise. However, overall, we're still offering 20% discounts to most municipalities. The fund had $18 million in claims last year, in settlements last year, so discounts may not be around much longer. Currently, if you're a municipality with a workman's comp rating of 1.0 or higher, you are not going to be eligible for the workman's comp discount, which I believe this year is at 50%. It was at 75% for quite a while, and now we're at 50%. Blah, 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 blah. Last week, I attended the Watershed and Dam Owners Conference in Albuquerque. Mr. Wakefield of Raton Water Works was also in attendance, along with Mr. Berry. Lake Maloya still remains a high priority on the hazardous dam list. It was highlighted in a couple of their reports. We do have a $10.8 million award from Water Trust Board to start working on those issues, hopefully this fall sometime. Other projects going on in town real quick. We got the small bridge replacement and construction, completion date due, we're looking at June 30th, about $585,000 in that. North Underpass, currently closed, in construction. Completion date, again, June 30th, about a $300,000 project. South 2nd Street begins May 18th, estimated completion September 26th. Engineering and construction, $900,000. You might have seen them all out with their little vests a couple of weeks ago. As Jason stated, chip seal begins May 18th. With a completion date sometime in June of 26, pending the fog seal. That's about a $620,000 project as we just approved it. Romero Park is in progress, estimated completion December, $500,000. Roundhouse Park beginning in June, estimated completion December of 26, value of $1 million. We understand the children's equipment there is going to be themed. It's going to be pirates and what have you. So it's supposed to have a boat and everything. So it kind of goes with the aquatic center. So that's pretty cool. Depot project will begin after July 1st, complete April of 27, $1.25 million value on that. And finally, I will be attending the National League of Cities Self-Insurance Fund Conference and Training in Savannah, Georgia, the rest of this week. I'm going to have to leave early in the morning now. Actually, and just as a highlight, New Mexico Municipal League actually created the Self-Insurance Fund for the National League of Cities. Bill Fulgenetti was instrumental in starting that, and we are the primary stockholders in that. We own about 15% of that. That's all I have now.
Thank you. Anything further from the commission? Commissioner Campbell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Honeyfield? Commissioner Schuster?
Thank you for those words.
Okay. And now we have item B, executive closed session pursuant to 10:15-1H2 Personnel City Manager. Do I have a motion to go into executive closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second to go into executive closed session pursuant to section